I'm back. I feel like I woke up under a car. I'm still getting over being sick. I don't know what I got, but man, it caused quite a bit of fatigue. Did a bunch of COVID tests, and it's not COVID. But here I am. I'm back. We're gonna finish this 3D printer. I'm gonna try to ignore all the things that I wanted to do with the printer. We'll still do a couple of the things though. I still want to put that humidity sensor into this thing, just for fun. Just for fun. That means drilling a couple holes. All of Twitch is converted over into a Elden Ring streaming platform. How many Elden Rings do we have? And it's only the early copies so far, but... Huh, I guess I can't talk loudly or my throat's gonna feel weird, huh? I wonder if I got, like, strep throat again. I used to get it a lot. like all the time. I gotta move all this stuff. I have, like, shavings under the mouse right now because I was working on the car pedals. Kid Bogue is playing Elden Ring, right? Yep. Yep. Sips is playing Elden Ring. Strippin is playing... He's actually not playing Elden Ring. Weird. Yep. Actually a different one. Okay, yeah, Yeah. Yeah, it's basically all Elden Ring, top to bottom. Hey, how's it going? How you guys doing? You're not on screen! What the... Oh, yeah, that's right. I gotta start up Chatty. Chatterino or whatever? Whew. Yeah, I'm still a little sick. I don't know. I'll be alright. I'll be alright. As long as it's not Corona. Oh yeah, there you go. It's all grayed out right now because I just opened the app. There we go. Now we got people on screen. How's everybody doing? Got a lot of follows for some reason. I don't know what's going on with that. Maybe because I was hanging out in Bruce. Where's my Discord announcement? I don't do those. I respect the introverts. You can slide on into my Discord without any alerts going off because they're irritating and stupid. Oh my god, look who arrived! And I'm just like, ugh, stop it. We do see people come and go, like, to a degree where they'll join the Discord, ask a question, and then leave the Discord before anybody gets a chance to answer the question. And then a couple months down the line, they'll have another, like, technical question, and they'll enter the Discord, ask the question, and then leave. The bot hasn't... Oh, the Discord announcement bot. Whoa. I hope it's not broken again. We had the bot break for like 10 minutes, and people had trouble getting into the Discord because it wouldn't show them anything because it didn't assign the generic role that it's supposed to. Yeah, no announcement there. Let's check on Nightbot. Roles. Bots. Yeah, it should post. It's just probably just having a dumb... What's the Nightbot status right now? Status details, blah, blah, blah. Up and reachable. Looks like everything's good to go. All right, let me just do like a test bot command. Huh. Rhythm bot? Oh. Well, I did get a response from Nightbot as well. But the rhythm bot on the the rhythm bot in the Discord responded to my command with like, "Hey, I should get rid of rhythm bot. I don't think it works anymore." They had YouTube issues. Oh well. I'll do the bot's work right now. that. Close that. My big dumb face. Help! Everyone is playing Elden Boring. Yeah. Welcome to the world's next Elden Ring streaming platform known as Twitch. Beep boop. I'm doing a robot's work. Link, go. All right, there we go. I love the people who comment in like the Elden Ring streams that it looks just like Dark Souls, and is this just Dark Souls? It's like, how do you think they've been doing this for like centuries here, right? Like that's a very common thing in these kinds of games, is that they'll just kind of update all the textures and release the same game again. There's subtle differences, and sometimes they make big differences, but yeah, it's just what it's gonna be. I don't think anybody should have had their expectations broken by the game being, Dark Souls again, because it is. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. I just see people commenting on it like, wait, this is just another Dark Souls, and it's like, yeah, yeah, it is. Dark Souls is good. I never played it, but people like it a lot. This one's very pretty. It's got a lot of polygons. Yeah, and it's more open world. It's a little bit more Breath of the Wildy. I think that's cool. Of course, Raba's immediately getting in there. It's like, just as we predicted, trying to cheeseball to his little heart's content as much as possible. There is no floor for how low he will go in order to cheese at a Souls game. It's hilarious. I love it. I absolutely adore it. He's like asking his chat. He's like, don't spoil, but if there's a way, don't backseat, but if there's a possible way that I could get blah blah claw, please tell me. I got a pin tool sticking out of the bottom of the thing. Yeah, the character creator's great. I shovel-faced Quentin Tarantino. All right. How about those world politics? We're gonna try to stay away from that stuff, all right? All right, chat, we're gonna try to stay away from that stuff. I've been doing a lot of 3D printing and design for that front panel. Oh yeah, I gotta open up Fusion now. I gotta tank my computer and open up Fusion. Yeah, Erdix is right. Ugh. No worries, Rayford. I am still sick. I feel like extra ass. It's not COVID. It's not like a stomach bug. It's just, I'm just fatigued. And I've gotten plenty of sleep, so it's definitely a sickness. I'm sick with something and I don't know what. The weird part is I'm going to the doctor's like tomorrow. I'm going to get blood drawn tomorrow, and then I'm going on Monday. But that's not that doctor. It's the diabetes doctor. So I don't know. I think I'll be fine because I'm feeling better than I was yesterday and the day before. Yeah, 2 days ago I was like, I don't have the energy for streaming. I don't think I need to recover that. I don't even know what that was. Front panel up. Can't wait to play Elden Ring tomorrow. Everybody's playing it now. Where's your streaming empire? Why aren't you popular enough to get a key ahead of time? Even Brett got a key ahead of time. I'm sitting here with like more viewers than I've ever had, and I don't even get shit like that. Yeah, so here's what I did with the front panel, by the way. I'll go over this when I actually start, but it printed pretty good. This printed pretty good. Printed pretty pa. My indicator stock is finally on its way. Oh my god, that's gonna be hilarious. I love your center console, Gonad, with the window switches and everything on it. I feel like I need something like that in the setup. Maybe when I oust that cursed sequential shifter. I actually love the sequential shifter, I really do, but it's just not fun. It's not fun. eBay seller was on an oil rig. What are these eBay auctions that you keep finding? My god. Yeah, with the pedals, I've added the load cell, and I need to get either rubber, like a rubber interface from the load cell to the pedal back, or I need to maybe 3D print something that'll hold the RC car shocks. So I get that little bit of squish, but it all has to be on the stalk of the load cell. So it's like this long thing. Meanwhile, my car is still out of inspection. The windshield wipers only work in their highest setting, and I don't know if that's going to pass inspection, because sometimes they just don't work. There's a problem with my series of BMW where either detritus gets into the motor and rusts it, you know, a little bit of water gets in there and it rusts the motor interior, which I don't think is the case, because when you put the thing on full, they turn on. And the other possibility is that there's something wrong with the switch itself, which would be fun because I have another switch, if I can find it. I think it's in one of the bins in the corner of the shop. I have another switch, another windshield wiper switch that I was going to put on the wheel project. The wheel project cannot support that many controls. I would have to put them on a separate controller. The Granite Devices controller doesn't support that many controls, which is really annoying. If it did, I could have full, you know, windshield wipers and high beam flashing and stuff like that. I would love that, but in lieu of that, I can use that car part to fix my actual car, which kind of takes priority. Kind of takes priority a little bit. I'm back. Yeah, I'm back. I'm still a little sick though. I lack the energy. I could be sleeping, but instead I'm here with you weirdos talking about actual car projects. Gonad has been doing a lot of work to get his own personal set of actual real car pedals functioning in his setup, which is insane because he's doing it so quickly. Of course, I've been sidetracked by this 3D printer, but yeah, it's gonna be up and running before we even realize. Yeah, I'm doing better. I'm doing better by the day. This will be gone by like probably Saturday. So you got them working. They're just wonky. Oh my god. Yeah, it's the thing about working on like desk projects and pedals and stuff. You're getting up and down a lot, and that takes a lot of fortitude. Need shorter legs or longer arms. Exactly. Your proportions are wrong for this project. For the big wheel setup that I have to put the keyboard off to the side, and then my monitor moves closer. So that's what bridges the gap. But the problem is, if you're playing like My Summer Car, I gotta play My Summer Car while hugging a giant servo motor and a steering wheel. It's weird. It's really weird. Fun, but weird. I need like a top-down camera. The problem with top-down cameras is they highlight all of my excess weight. My doctor brought up surgical intervention for my weight problem. I think it's mostly a hormonal thing, but whatever. And willpower, obviously. Calorie in, calorie out, blah, blah, blah. You hear the same stuff over and over again. But I actually do have some weird health issues relating to my weight. So, not caused by, relating to. Fat vac and or stomach belt. I can wear like a garter belt. Oh, you mean like surgical means? Yeah, I don't know which one. He brought it up for a millisecond and then moved on, so I have no idea. Yeah, they sound weird. I don't know. When I actually had the approval to take the hormones that I lack, I got my body into normal shape. It was the normal size of a human being. That's because I was waking up, because I wasn't always tired, and yeah, this is just a bunch of like entire life changes that I was capable of making. But I've been dumb, so I'm smarting up and lose weight. Family member of mine had the belt put around their stomach 5 years ago. Now much there physically restricts the amount of food you can put in your belly. Yeah, that's one thing. Was when I actually was hospitalized with the DKA, the diabetic ketoacidosis last time. This is like years ago, right? Many years ago. They did a CT scan of my abdomen because they didn't know exactly what was happening, and they pulled up the CT scan, and the doctors commented to me, they're like, your stomach is twice the size it should normally be. I'm like, what? Wait, what? How? So, someone with chronic fatigue syndrome, I know the exact feeling, not having any energy and not being able to get up. Apparently the low or high iron thing that's what that does to you, but I don't generally associate it with that. I don't know why. I don't know. My health is a mess, but I'm fine. I'm fine. I'll be all right. This turned out really well, by the way. I'm surprised at how well this went together. I just needed a moment to think about it without streaming. Just a moment to think about it without streaming, and I was able to make all of the appropriate things. It's not very efficient. I've got like 50 sketches on this thing. No, it's the pre-stream. I'll goof off talking about whatever. Because we're not talking about the elephant in the room. We're going to try to avoid that today. 3D printer, build thyself. I know, right? This is what, well, part of the title here is cutting off all the threads of the little things that I wanted to do. So one of the threads that I'm cutting off here is angling the front panel so that I can actually look at it and reach it and do stuff with it. I want the printer to earn its keep a little bit, right? Who cares how many sketches you have? This guy, the guy with both thumbs still at the moment. I care about how many sketches I have in my part. I'm doing my part. I mean, they're already, unfortunately, 3D printing is just getting out of that stage where it's like, all right, chat. 3D printers have the same life cycle as NFTs. For a little while, they were used as the solution to all of the problems nobody came up with yet, right? Blockchain is going through that same life cycle. I think, personally, I think 3D printers are just getting out of that cycle. Blockchain kind of helped take over that mental space for a lot of people. So a lot of the times people are saying like, we'll be able to 3D print organs and we'll 3D print, blah, 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 blah. I always temper those expectations a little bit because it's tough to like printing do we need to print organs? Can we just grow them? Like, you know, and I know it's like a cellular substrate that you put down on like a, you know, you have like a platen and then you 3D print a cellular substrate and that creates like the organ or something like that. I don't know exactly the nuances of that, but I mean like 3D printing like repair parts for people and stuff. Pretty crazy. I don't know, that kind of stuff. Some of those projects seem to be begging for a headline and therefore funding, right? Because there's probably another way to get about that stuff. Oh, gray hot. Yeah. Yeah, do you think in Star Trek they're making all of the food items out of poop? Because I mean, the replicator takes back dirty dishes. You would think that waste management would be in part due like in the replicator. So you'd have a decentralized waste management system throughout the ship. The replicator would have this brick of poop or just sort of neutral analog filler material that it keeps like a brick of, that it would take a little bit of and then rearrange the molecules in order to using a lot of power. Yeah, it should be a closed loop system, right? There's no poop pump. Actually, maybe the unknown door. It's the unknown door on the side of the Enterprise. Maybe that's where the poop goes. That's not it. Hold on. There's like, my belief of it is that it's a dry dock thing, but it's unknown port. This thing. That thing right there. What is that? What is that? Why is that there? I think that's the crew passage for dry dock or something. Debuted that MIT artificial limbs guy on PBS last night. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. It's the MagSafe charging point. They just throw a cable out in space and the magnets take over. And I think there was, what was it? That was in, not Insurrection, one of the TNG movies. I forget which one it was. The one with the Borg. And I think they go to that room, and yet I think it was like Mike Stoklasa of Red Letter Media had no idea why. Like, what is this room? Why are they there? What is this? I should have a big model of the Enterprise D. I should. I don't want to 3D print it because that would be so much filament. What good are 3D printers if not to just print spaceships all day? There's a, yeah, they forgot to install something there. Those are just the clips that hold it on for when they do the refit. One from the last episode of for Commander Riker's starship that has an additional nacelle on it because 2 nacelles was too girly for him and he needed to have a man's ship. So he put another nacelle on it. Another ridiculous appendage. I'm gonna start calling that Riker's ridiculous appendage. Print Moya. Yeah. I don't know if Moya's all that interesting outside. I guess it is. Third gondola looks weird. Yeah, it really is. No way, Cell. What? Then there's like a super cannon. It's like the vein under the dish, which is also ridiculous because technically it would separate, the Enterprise D would separate, and then half of it would go off to fight stuff, right? That's what it was meant for, because you had like families aboard. So why is there a giant like vein underneath this thing? Hold on. Nothing's showing the angle. Oh no, I thought there was a big thing under there. Yeah, there it is. It's hard to see. Oh, you got this giant, like, what's it sticking out the front there. Look at that thing. Which side does that go with? Maybe they just finally glued the 2 pieces together permanently. I can't find a good angle of it, huh? Am I allowed to show it on Twitch? There it is. It's pew-pewing. It's so weird. Anyway. Weird topic that just came up randomly. Control box, go away. Ooh. Yeah, so we're gonna finish fitting this thing together today. And then I need to move the LEDs from this board to behind the translucent material. I printed this at 280 degrees Celsius, which is getting up there. That's really getting up there. But that Polymaker PETG, according to my setup, it likes 280. I did a bunch of temperature towers. I think I threw them out. I was gonna show you guys the temp towers, but I did a bunch of temp towers in order to get it right. Like at normal 3D printing, even what people consider to be normal PETG temperatures, it was shredding on the printer because as the temperature lowered, the layer adhesion went down to bupkis. It just didn't, I'm surprised it extruded at all. I'm still having some troubles with the 3D printer now. I had material build up on the nozzle when it wasn't printing because I was, there's some retract that's not happening when this thing parks the head because it's a direct drive extruder there's still pressure in the nozzle when it's done. So it goes and it parks, and then it's still extruding a little bit because of the temperatures that it needs to print at. And that'll build up a little blocker, a little cone of material that'll then harden as everything cools, and then it goes to try to home itself for another print, and it'll crash that into the bed without getting the reading from the sensor. And my Z motors do not have sensorless touch enabled, which I probably need to enable, because if that happens, if the head crashes like that, it's pushing down the entire bed and potentially bending the thick metal base below the print bed. That's bad. It didn't shatter the glass or anything, but it was definitely distorting it, and I think that translates into a 0.1 millimeter difference in the tilt of the bed. It just doesn't end. It never ends. So I need to go back and I need to get the bar balanced a little better. It's been printing okay. It's just when I do a larger print of like a big platen, I'm gonna need that not to be the case. I need it to be more level so I can print large stuff. And then the other thing with the PETG is I have to wait for it to cool all the way down now. All the way down, because that stuff sticks. Like, it's not easy to get stuff off of there. It's crazy. The adhesion is nuts. How we doing today?
Yo. That's a
Oh, hey. He starts. I wasn't asking you. Adhesive nuts. You tried. I'll give you effort on that one. An E for effort. All right. I might as well get started. It's pretty quiet. Everybody's. This is the quiet before the storm. Before Twitch entirely converts itself over to an Elden Ring platform. What is that right there? What is that? Is it just shadowing? That's shadowing. I was like, yeah, it's the shadow of my collar. All right, sorry. I thought I had something else clipped to my collar. I was like, wait a minute. Like, I don't remember doing that. I've been sick for the past couple days. I'm not with it right now. 5 people on you. I went down the list at the start. I think it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I feel like Kitbog is secretly playing Elden Ring. Yeah, it is 5 people at the moment. Everybody's playing it, and then when it comes out more publicly, everybody else is going to be playing it, which is fine. It's another Souls game, and I'm happy for it. It's not my thing. I'm sure they're fun. I just missed the boat on those. I never played any of the Souls games, but they look fun to play. They look kind of muddy to watch. That's my opinion on it. I'm not throwing shade in any direction on that. Everybody's having fun. But yeah, it's not my thing. So we're not gonna be playing Elden Ring ever on this channel. We might be playing My Summer Car soon if I can get my shit together and actually finish making the brakes. Then I can put the gas pedal onto the platen and then, you know, just kind of tweak and tune it and get it into position so that I can actually play some My Summer Car and we can try to win that rally. We got to move Joko. Jose told me it's nothing like his name, so I'm just calling that guy Josuke or Joko, but I can never remember which one I want to do, and I can't stick to the right term, so maybe just Josuke. We got to move him. Pekka. Some people call him Pekka, but we got to move him into town, and I want to do it in one trip, and I have an idea of how I can do it in one trip, and it's going to be ridiculous, and I'll probably die doing it, but yeah, and then win the rally. We got to win the junior rally again, and then we can do the senior rally, and we can see what kind of a challenge that's going to be. But I want real pedals, and I want a shifter. So I've got a tier system. There's 2 tiers that I want to be able to do. Only possible with a trebuchet of a very big capacity. Now I got an idea of how to do it. Don't you dare, any of you, backseat me on this one. I don't need your pity. I don't need your pity in this matter. Hold on, I'm gonna cough. All right, so in order to do all that stuff, because I really want an H shifter, because the sequential shifter, while being a real car part and part of the whole ensemble of all of my car controls being real car stuff, I'm sad to have to retire it for my summer car because I actually want to have that H shifter in there, because the sequential shifter was sending signals that would double shift, and double shifting in my summer car is a death sentence. Your motor will grenade and explode, and it happened to me on stream during the rally. But I don't want that to happen again. Yeah, I do want to keep the sequential as part of the system, and I can bolt an H shifter directly in front of it, and it'll still be in a good position. And I don't know about the parking brake. I don't know if I'm going to want to implement that yet. I've got it. It's sitting right over there, that aluminum parking brake that I got from eBay. But for now, the things that I want are the H shifter and the real car pedals, and the frame for them is sitting right here. I'll just give an update on that before I start talking 3D printer for the whole stream. But yeah, here, let's take a look at what I did. What did I do? What did I did? What you did? So right now, oh God, how do I even, I guess I could show you guys on the face cam. That's weird. I have, how do I show anybody anything? You can see right there is I've got a big, basically aluminum angle iron that I attached to the top of the pedal. Whoa, the top of the pedal thing. And then I've got this bolted to that angle iron. Right now I've just got 2 bolts sitting in it, but that is all held up to the top of the aluminum frame with that big bolt right there, that big shiny bolt. I'm a little concerned because all that braking force is going to go into this pretty thin aluminum right here. I'm hoping that these bolsters will hold up to all that force. And then of course I'm going to need to do a couple bars here, one here, probably one on the other side, just to support all the force that I'll be putting into it. Parking brake is too much even for an overkill project like this. Nah, I could attach the parking brake to this frame and use it over here, because I also want to put the controller on this frame too. Mine is twisting the wood I use. See, that's my concern. That's my concern, is the amount of braking force going into, see, look at that. That's just my hand doing this. I could probably do this a lot harder, and it seems like I would break something. Like damage something, I mean, not break like B-R-A-K-E. Look at all that flex going on. F1 3D printed pedals before? No, I haven't seen those. The twist adds to the brake feel. Yeah, it kind of does, actually, right? I don't like it. It seems weak. I might have to get like a 4-wide piece here, and the bolsters, of course, will keep this from flexing. Even though this stuff doesn't flex much, but I can put a fair bit of force into that. I'm just afraid of what happens when it breaks. This is good. This will probably be just enough clutch feel. My fence spring to get over the assist spring, and then there's also a spring up here that returns the pedal to its position. That's doing nothing. But yeah, anyway, that's the pedal update. I'm wondering if I need to 3D print something to go all the way down here. Yeah, you can post a relevant link. But I, certainly going so far as to buy actual real car pedals, I don't think I'm going to be 3D printing a set of pedals for my setup. I don't think I need more plastic pedals kicking around the office. All right, so that's there. That's just gonna be there. Made from titanium alloy. Oh, so it's a metal print. Oh, that's cool. Hold on, let's take a look. Let's take a look. Oh, yes, I have seen these. These are like the, what do you call it? Generative design. These are Generative Design's new darling. Just like 3D printing was a solution looking for any problem in the world, Generative Design, too, is one of these fancy schmancy solutions that's looking for a problem. I don't think those are outpacing an aluminum bar, but I mean, the engineers probably say they are. They're not lying. They're trying to save weight anywhere possible. You'd think like a heavy lunch would weigh pretty heavily on an F1 driver's contribution to winning, right? Do they have to are they eating getting intravenous like nutrition ahead of their race? Because if engineers are putting this much effort into reducing the weight of everything. Like an extra peanut is insane. Yeah, make a little room for an ant to hide. Is there a filament that you can 3D print and then cast aluminum into? There are dissolvable filaments, yeah. I don't know how they would factor for pouring something like this would be just torture. That how would you even get that to pour? Oh my god. That's like pouring aluminum down an anthill. Yikes. It's even finer than an anthill though. Yeah, anyway, we're not doing anything like that. Yeah, I know. This is like the mass of the F1 driver's lunch that they've managed to remove from the pedals. Like, really? Is that necessary? I don't know. I guess so, but that's crazy. It's crazy go nuts. All right. So what's going on with my printer? Because I'm not doing fancy schmancy not FDM. What is it called again? Generative design. Yeah. I can finally eat. They've managed to remove the weight of my lunch from the F1 car. Oh, happy day. Yeah, so I've been working on the 3D printer, and I've actually been sick the past couple days. It felt like extra ass. So I still feel pretty bad today. We're gonna get through today. I'm just not gonna be as energetic. I've been feeling better every day though. I don't know what the hell it was. It's not COVID. Took COVID tests. I still have yet to get COVID. How's that? It'd be nice if I can avoid it completely. But I don't know. Maybe this was, but it wasn't showing up on the test. I'll do another test after today. But I think I'm out of the woods on this one. Right. Next day or two, I'll feel fine. But anyway, so that's why I didn't stream on Tuesday. But we're back, and I did a little bit of work in the background, working on the 3D printer because I have no life. I mean, because I need this printer to be working. Currently, this thing is all splayed out all over my desk, and this part right here that I've designed will put it all together. Now, we used other people's parts for the screen. We used some other Jankotron thing right there for the encoder. The switch we got from some website, but we got it all together. Oh, man. Lunch was just like pasta with no sauce at all on it. Delicious. You got it twice. Oh my god. I'm scared of facing the reality of viewers that I've known in chat not simply just finding a place like a new channel to watch, but instead dying of something like COVID and me not knowing it. That's a weird thing to think about. So I don't. Anyway, moving on. Cause yeah, I don't know. I've managed to avoid COVID all the way up until this sickness, but I don't think it's COVID. I don't have any COVID symptoms, except for massive fatigue. So I think it's just something else. I don't know how. It's kind of embarrassing to catch like a different sickness during COVID. It's like embarrassing. It's like, man, I'm the weird kid. Anyway, so I got all this stuff positioned, right? Once I got it positioned, I was able to make sketches that would define the cutouts for everything. So I've got cutouts and I've got standoffs all engineered into this platen. So we need to find, I hope those, I think those are, if those are the wrong size, I'm going to be angry. We might have to put glue in them in order to get them to have the screws stick. I may have messed up on the extrusions of these guys and made them a little bit too big or small. I don't know which one. No, those look M3 compatible. They should all be like this, where there's that little shoulder in there. Basically defines what sticks and what doesn't. Yeah, this has the shoulder. Okay, I just don't like sizing them on the actual screw holes because I don't necessarily want to use the exact size screw for this thing. Also, the screen is just a screen now. There's no need to get in there mechanically. Whereas this thing does, so I've got 4 full M3 screws on it in order to hold the press of the button. But yeah, the only other thing that I could do is design this with the right angle PCB in mind, but I don't think I need to do that. The screen is just a screen at this point. The SD card is not all that necessary in this setup, especially running Clipper. There's no need for an SD card. Now I could, you know, people have said SD printing is much more reliable, but I'd rather have my web interface, because I shove the printer into the corner of the shop and I just glance at it every now and then when it's doing something. I like to have the web interface readout so that I can check on stuff. I actually want more information on that readout. Anyway, yeah, so that's the idea behind the screen. I just basically sunk it in there. I made a trough that goes all the way to the, well, actually it goes quite a distance away from the electronics. And then I have the cutout where, you know, the rest of the screen fits and all that stuff. So that's that. The only weird issue there is trusting somebody else's part to have the right dimensions. And this was a pretty extensively put together model. There's a lot of mess inside of the model that probably could be cleaned up, but it does appear to be exactly the right shape, size, whatever. So my efforts in creating the cutouts have seemed to be good. The next part of it is me window dressing. I'm doing something just for the fanciness of it. So what I decided to do is print in translucent clear a little adapter for the encoder. So I took the encoder part and I took some of its circles into its own sketch, and I made this thing that I then extruded. So I cut into the base plate here, and then I made this to fit that positioning of the knob. And then in order to get that to actually fit, because the knob is a different type and the interface is a different type, I actually had to make a totally new thing that I've never done before, which is to make an adapter for the encoder. So that's what this solid is right here. So if I unview this, this is just based on the dimensions of that encoder, and it's just an interface. Because remember, we actually have a longer piece here that goes further forward. So in order to sync that knob properly, I made just this disc. And this disc's whole purpose is just to be a pressure fit. So the whole purpose of this thing is to pressure fit on the outside of the knob and then fit to the D-shaped part of the encoder so that the knob doesn't fall off, right? That's this part. So that was a difficult one, and that one is still a struggle because all the dimensions are terrible. And when you 3D print as little material as this, it gets to be a mess, especially with PETG. It tends to booger and melt and do all kinds of stuff that you don't want it to do. I tried lowering the temperature significantly. I probably could have done it more significantly. I went down to like 270 because my typical 265 actually. My typical printing temperature for this stuff is 280. I'll show you the temperature tower. I just remembered where I put it. I threw it on top of the spools over here. Every time I use a new filament now, I'm going to print a little temp tower, and then I'm just going to throw it over by the wall where all the spools are, and that way I'll know what temp is what on this thing. Shmad, you've managed to remain COVID-free. Yeah, there's so few of us. So few of us. Just for my sticking to protocol, basically, right? So here is the temp. No, it's not very good light. Hold on. I can't get the extra light over here because all this stuff is in the way. The extra light that I have on the desk, I probably should have put it over there. Is this on full? Hold on. Try to reach this. It was not on full. There we go. All right, that's a little bit more light. I'm talking in Celsius. So 280. Here. Yeah, anything that's not the temperature in the room. If I'm talking about like how I feel and the temperature in the room that I feel, I'm talking in Fahrenheit. But if I'm talking in what is the temperature of a thing that has a thermometer on it or something like that, science stuff, I will be talking in Celsius. But that's up to you to determine. Look at that. Beautiful sheen from 280 degrees Fahrenheit. 280 degrees Kelvin. Now, 280 C. 280 C, I get the most shininess. You guys maybe can't see exactly the difference between these two, but there is. And so as you cool down, it gets more matte and the adhesion suffers. So this top layer is very breakable. I can snap it off. 280, 270, 260, 250, 240. And then the next temperature tower, if there was one, would be even more horrible because you start to get issues from it not adhering. So 280, I was printing like 275. I wanted just in between these two layers. the space in between them. I mean, PETG is extremely strong in these 3 bands, right? So I was thinking about, for that knob, dropping it even down to this level. Because what happens is, and I can show you, where do they go? Man, wow, this is like getting me tired. I'm kind of suffering. I'll get through today. Here's the initial good print, and I had to kind of destroy this a little bit. Oh no. OctoJ is stamping down the bots in the background. I was like, wait, what did they say? No, they are robot, and they get the band. Anyway, so this is at 280, doing the knob adapter. This is the old one. I went all the way to the back of the knob on this one, but that doesn't work because it hits up against the encoder. So I did this one, and then I heated up. Actually, I had to heat up the knob piece and throw it in there because I made this fit exactly, which was a mistake. I should have oversized it just a tiny, tiny bit. I did not do that. And then I should have undersized this a tiny bit, but this ends up being where all the friction is on the little top of the knob. So this is the part directly out of Fusion 360 that you saw. And I printed this one at, I believe, 265. I could have gone below that. And I probably should have too, because it gets a little melty. It's a little melty up here. But yeah, we got to make that work. That should work for the knob placement and everything. And also, once this thing is all settled, this piece, the knob feels more luxury and expensive. You know, it feels like it should. So I started with a flat platen, a flat plat, if you will, a flat platen in order to mount the encoder. What's up, Uncle Phil? So I got the little indexing hole right there, which was originally square, and it did not print properly. So I just made it a circle. So in CAD over here, boop. Man, I'm like sweating. Boop. The plate is hard to see because I made it clear acrylic, but the part's still there. So instead of a square piece around this little nub at the bottom, I just did a hole. That little nub at the bottom is part of the encoder. It's an important part. There's 2 systems for knobs that are in effect for electronics when you're doing something like this. And you'll get out the drill bits, drill a big hole, and then you'll try to mount your knob on the panel. I've seen people just not even acknowledge the pin, just not do anything about it. I've seen people flatten pins, and I've seen people not acknowledge the pin, and then the whole thing goes in crooked and gets stuck. I've seen it all, folks. But the point of that little nub is that this thing is rotating, and it's rotating against a circular hole. It doesn't have the D-shaped cutout like the end of the knob has. So there's a couple, only 2 bots, really? I'm slacking. I'm slacking in my bots. They still count as views though. I'll have to hire more viewers, like Distant Cacophony. Your check's in the mail, by the way. Anyway, so there's a couple different systems, and it's usually one of 2, and the 2 are either a D-shaped hole like this thing has, or a pin. And so the D-shaped hole can also incorporate a pin. There are these eccentric washers that have a little bent down piece that are D-shaped. So you can drill a circular hole for this thing, and then you pop in that washer, and then that indexes it. It keeps it from spinning. So in this case, we had the incorporated pin, and I think that's exactly what this does have. It's like the same series of encoder, you just get different knobs on the end. Yeah, and it's got just like a pin on the bottom of the thing. So we want that pin to fall within that hole. Well, I tried a square cutout, and the 3D printer was not having it. It fucked up my entire Christmas. Oh, it looks like I didn't make the hole go through the whole thing. I guess it's all right. 3D printer supported it. I wonder if it tried to print support material under that. I don't think I turned off support material. What do we got over here? I might need to get a drill bit on that. Yeah, it printed support material under it. God damn it. God damn it. It's like, oh no, it's gonna totally ruin your hole. It's like, no, I'll have to get out a drill bit and fix this. So my 3D printer thinking that it's smarter than me. Oh no, you know what? Maybe there isn't. I thought I saw a little zigzag in there. Nope, okay, that's open. Cool. Oh, good. I'm relieved at that. It's small enough that the printer didn't decide to put any support material on that itself. So you can see that this stuff, even when I print it with ideal settings, it creates just a big cloud in the middle. Like, you're not going to get transparency unless you go to acrylic. And I had support material inside of that. If I didn't do support material and I let the printer try to figure out this bridging, which I don't think it would be able to do, it probably would be interesting because it probably would be way more clear. Yeah, it's a little bit like, yeah, like a tail light has those reflective things in it, the little retroreflective things in it. I wonder if I did like a cubic support, if I did like a 3D cubic support, I wonder if it would actually look like almost exactly like a car taillight. Anyway, the whole point of this is just to put something in front of these incredibly, ridiculously, unrestrictively bright LEDs that are sitting here, and I would like to relocate these to be next to the encoder knob. So we'll work on soldering that in a minute. But so far, so good, right? So this thing fits in here. Oh, and actually, you know what? Yeah, I actually overdid it. Oh no, I'm gonna have to reprint this part. Well, I'll have to reprint this part later. I gotta print a part for my printer because yeah, that's not really gonna be, that's not kosher. That doesn't work. I can't get the screw around it. I didn't think about that. Derp. I need to put a big here. Let's just do the changes in the part right now. If I had undersized this so that this thing screws in, that wouldn't work either because then I'd have to scrape the little nub until it fit into the thing, and then eventually over time using it, it would probably back itself out. So yeah, all right, we gotta fix this. And a macro setup that'll, yeah, I need to, I have found it as well. I've found it as well, the various macros, but I need to actually make another macro because I want to put another LED behind the power button too. So I'll have to go in and edit those, but yeah. All right, so what am I gonna do here? I need to actually make this like a big hoop instead of just a big lumpy extrusion. So I need to go into the sketch, and I haven't really gone in and cleaned this up. So this is the sketch, I believe. The sketch. If I view that, yeah, it's a sketch that exists just on the back of the knob. So we'll just create a reasonable, there we go, create a reasonable sized hoop. And actually that reasonable sized hoop should be based on my wrenches. Let's make it fit the wrenches exactly. What nut do I have? Portable nut. I miss those commercials. Those weird Sony commercials for PlayStation Portable and stuff. I think that's the size. So it's the it's the dreaded 10mm socket. I don't have my calipers on me. Let me just do this real quick. 15. So we'll make it 17 millimeter. Yeah, we'll do 17 millimeters so that my socket can actually fit on the nut. So the diameter from the center, 17. Nah, 20. I'll just do 20. I'll just do 20. We'll just open the whole thing up. Because this band right there, that donut, is basically what I'm just putting that in there so that it looks nice. So there's actually like something behind the knob. Something behind the knob. So finish that sketch, and then did it break my part? It did not break my part. So where do we extrude that thing? I know I bump it out in one of these steps. Where did I bump it out? That's a collision. Where's my press pull? I think I did it with a press pull. Maybe I didn't do it with a press pull. Where's my press pull? Extrude, extrude, extrude. That collision is for, I believe, the knob. And we can just look at where it highlights it, I guess. That one is extruding. That back piece. I guess I could also just click on it, and then it'll tell me. Oh, that's the, offset face. Ah, there it is. So yeah, this step. I'm just do. Here we go. Okay, now it'll actually screw on. Derp. All right, so I'll print that later. I'm wondering, actually, now that I've got that inside wall, I might be able to print this without support structure inside of it. That'll make for a very weak part, though. I don't think I want that to be weak because it needs to It needs to stand up to Gerpoken finger. Yeah, I think because of Gerpoken finger, that needs to be a strong part. So it's gonna need that. It's gonna need that material inside of it. Anyway, that's that. We'll put that into effect later. I'll use the old one for now. Because yeah, part of getting this together is getting rid of all the little. Oh, God damn it! I can't get 5 seconds without this thing yelling at me. This is the past couple days. I've been in sick day protocol, which all of your glucose levels are like about 10% higher. You know, you just kind of hover in the hyperglycemic area when you're sick, because apparently that's how diabetes works for some fucking reason. Yeah, that's been me. Your knob on a panel, the American version of keep your dick in a vice. Maybe we might be able to make that work. Keep your shtick on the ice. All right, yeah. So that's my little like passion part of the project here, is that I want the surround of the knob to light up, because the knob is metal. The actual encoder means for one of these knobs to be as part of it. That was a weirdly worded sentence, huh? You can see my brain is just like rearranging words and doing all kinds of weird shit with them as I get more and more fatigued. These knobs have like a translucent insert on the plastic, and they have like an illuminated portion of the thing. But it sounds like my brain, yeah, exactly. How you doing, Zolan? This one has like an indicator on it, which is weird, because you're not dialing anything in with this. It doesn't need this, but that part lights up, which is cool. And then it's got the aluminum filleting on the outside there, which is a nice little detail. But like, why have all of this translucent plastic if it's just going to illuminate this right there? It's freaking weird. Chamfer's different. I always get the two wrong. Damn it. And I got it wrong then too. Yeah, it is chamfering. Damn it. I always mix them up. Anyway, this one, no, you were correct. You were correct. This has the plastic piece surrounding, and I don't know, it's cool detail. It's cool detail because when you get the two LEDs behind it, half of your knob has one indicator and half of them has another. It's when I first boot the screen up, it was green and blue, and that looked really good. So I'll have to play with the LED settings once I get all this stuff implemented. Looks like these two fit about the same opening too. But yeah, this is the one from the other Lone Star that he sent me, this video recording, Jim Jam, and yeah, pretty cool. It's an aluminum knob, and it's like the only viable part that I got out of the whole thing. I still have all the hardware for it in case I want to make like a rack mount something or other. But anyway, this aluminum knob is like, it's nice, it's weighty, it's got a good feel to it and everything, so I want to use it. It's pressure fit on the end. I made an adapter, and then we'll put that plate on there, and then we'll try to transfer the LEDs to something that can sit behind. Yeah, that snaps in like that. And then on the knob itself, and hopefully this works right now. I don't know if I actually made it work or not. No, I didn't. I need to gap the D part a little better. But yeah, that holds that on there, and it doesn't fall off. That's the important part. All right, now I got to get these things separate without breaking it. Damn it. Cursed thing. Yeah, see, this is what's happening is when that goes in there, there's all kinds of like filament garbage around it. And all that filament garbage is keeping it from fully fitting. That right there, that big blob. What? Has to be a round piece on there. On the other side, if you want to make a... what are you trying to say? that's like a... my brain hurts, Runkar. What'd you do to my brain? Okay. Try to get that out of there. And then we can put this thing, at least mount most of it. We do need to get the LEDs off of the screen. I'm debating about whether or not I want to use those LEDs or get RGB LEDs from something else, because those LEDs are like super tiny surface mount LEDs, and I can fit these guys onto something. These are just RGB LEDs with a WS2812. Hey, Copper. Phone didn't like 2 languages. It's correct at the same time. Oh my God. I can't imagine how awful that is. That's crazy. I tried to trim the fat on this, get that to fit. Then I'm debating about whether or not I want to use these LEDs or do I use the ones that are already on there. The ones that are already on there are brutal. They're so bright, and I can bend up the 6 pins that I would need to run these to, and then we run 5 volts and ground over to the other board. I don't know if we want to like move the encoder onto its own board instead of it being on, where'd it go? Oh yeah, I'm holding it. Instead of it being on this, I'm wondering if I should move it to a new board so that I've got space for those LEDs. This has mounting holes? I didn't know that. But yeah, I could remove this. Yeah, we'll probably transplant the encoder to its own board because we need that extra board for the LED mounting locations. So that's going to sit behind what this will become. It'll sit behind here, and we'll just have a bigger circuit board with all the stuff on it. It'll have a little bit of distance to diffuse, so it should look okay. And let me just make sure that this thing is ready to go. That seems to fit pretty okay. Puts a lot of pressure on that. There we go. And it holds it at just the right distance. So clicky, clicky. And then this thing does all the encoding. I pressed on this thing way too hard yesterday, and it started to make different clicking noises, and I was a little concerned about whether or not it would break. This is what I don't like about this, is that if I don't have something behind this, it's kind of uneven twisting there. But that also, the encoder's a little bit weird. No, I don't want it to be smooth though, because this is like, you want it to click over when it does one action, right? So you want it menu, menu, menu. Because then I know I've gone 6 things, just intuitively. To each his own though. The one that this replaced, or sorry, the dial that this originally had was smooth, I believe. It didn't have any clicking over action on it. But for something like a 3D printer where I've got menus, I kind of want that click. All right, let's get this out of here. There we go. All right, so we got a little soldering to do before we actually piece this whole piece to piece. And the print of the actual platen itself went just fine. It looks good. And then the screen fits in like so. So the 3D designed part was perfect. It had all the right dimensions in all the right places. Perfect. Could not be happier. Since I undersized this just a little bit, this also fits in perfect. Look at that. Beautiful. I don't want to sink the dial in because I want to actually be able to hit the sides of the dial, but I want it to kind of fit in a recess to a degree. So when the whole thing goes together, it's like this. And there's just a little bit of material visible here. Sorry, I'm burping. Oh God, I had like the most bland lunch ever, and yet it's still fucking with me. This doesn't move at all, by the way. The tolerances in the 3D printer were such that, yeah, all these parts are like exactly designed. Yeah, it'll be cool because just a little bit of light's gonna sneak around that dial, and it should give it a good look. I'm excited to see what that looks like. We got a lot of work to do before we get there. So let us start putting this thing together. And we start by taking it apart. Start by taking it apart. Let's get this stuff off of here. IC7000 has a tensioner that can allow a free roll or a clicky roll. I bought a mouse for my mother that does that. The center click did either when you click down the center, it didn't do a center click. It instead turned the roller to clicky mode or smooth mode, which is a little disorienting to me. I'm used to having clicky rollers on all my mice. Oh, by the way, I got this thing, and they advertised it as being a magnetopotentiometer, right? Yeah, it's just a potentiometer with a magnet in it. There's actually a magnet inside of this thing that will attract metal. Yeah, there it is. And it just slides back and forth in a trough. I should have known, because the company's other product is a light touch potentiometer. Yeah, I was curious too. Is it worth $25? Probably no, but at least we know there's just a trough that has a magnet in it. And it's the company that creates soft touch linear potentiometers. They flipped it around. They put a magnet on the other side. That's all they did. So if you need to detect like metal that passes by or like a metal lever, this could work. Or you put a magnet on the other side in order to get the amount of oomph from the thing. But you got to make sure to get the pull right. But it still makes it a physical potentiometer, which means it'll wear away. I wanted to show this off. Yeah, Gonad's still here. He was the one that told me about it. It's just a magnet. It's just a magnet. Look at that. You see it. So that's it. It's just pressing on their light touch potentiometer. I searched literally the exact title in Amazon, and it was like 4 pages deep. 4 or 5 pages deep. In Amazon's own freaking algorithm buried the lead on this thing really, really far. Just ridiculous. You shake it around inside too. Yeah, at some point, maybe I'll figure out something to do with this. It'll just go in the bag of tricks. I got all kinds of stuff like this. Not useful for the pedal project, unfortunately. I don't think it really has a place on it because I don't really want those wear and tear items because this will eventually wear out. Button on my Logi mouse that I can hit and the mouse wheel can freely spin. Dial on the IC7000. BFO dial on a ham radio is large. Oh, okay. Huh. Like move a pin out of the way or something? That says clicky unless I spin it too fast. What? Wait. Is that like a sense thing or is it just that weak of a click? That's crazy. All right, let's put this aside. That'll stick. Here, I can just stick it up against the desk, I think. There it is. Every metal surface will find a magnet in this shop. Oh, I don't need this anymore. There's like 30 or 40 bucks that I could just discard. I like the case. It's like a carbon fiber looking kind of case thing, and it's like particle wood. But maybe I'll just keep the case because like I don't have an HTC anymore. I don't have this anymore. This is a replacement screen for my phone that I don't use now. It's gone to the phone graveyard. Oh, what do you do with something like this? I don't know. Yeah, the magnet will be there until I put something in the wrong place and I go, what the? Yeah, got a phone case. I don't know what to do with this. I don't want to throw this out. This thing cost me 30 bucks. eBay $1,000. No, I don't think so. The phone was on AT&T, and AT&T deactivated 3G in lieu of 5G, and that phone predates Wi-Fi calling. This is a 2016 phone. So I wasn't able to use it down here because all of the femto cells, the little boxes that you can buy that repeat a cellular signal, those were also end-of-lifed because they were primarily 3G. There is one that you can buy that does, I think, 4G LTE, which would be nice. But when I got a new phone, it does Wi-Fi calling, and it does Wi-Fi, so I don't need the femtocell anymore. I have nothing to do with this old phone that doesn't even do Wi-Fi calling. It doesn't even do the right Gs. I got all 3 of my shots, so I'm 5G compatible, but I don't know about the phone. So anyway, it's not even something I can sell. I don't think. Probably go for like 20 bucks on eBay now. That thing was a nice phone. Spent a lot of money on it. Spent a lot of money on the new phone too. I'm not happy about that. I don't like giving AT&T money though. All right, let's see here. I need to pull the pins on these chips down here and then put them to some kind of a header that we're going to glue down onto this thing. And then we will take that header and we will put the same thing on a new board that has different LEDs on it. And that board is going to sit behind this board. So we'll have illumination of this piece. How's that sound, everybody? Does that sound like a stream to you? Does that sound like a typical Bother stream where I create 7 different new projects out of one? Today I'm going to move a book 2 inches to the left. In order to do so, we're going to have to build something out of MakerBeam as well as paint 2 things that I can't do while I'm streaming, and then I'll mill a bracket, what is designed to go between the thing that we're going to move 2 inches and a linear accelerator that will send a signal to the actuator. And that way, we can finally move something 2 inches. So I'm going to spend $78 on Amazon on 17 different new parts that I don't have in the shop. And then I won't stream because I'm still waiting for those parts. That's my life. That's been the past 5 years of streaming, huh? 3, 2, I don't fucking know anymore. All right, so all with the goal of getting the panel back to where it goes. So let us start. Let us start. I will want to do everything mechanical first, but we gotta do this. We gotta make this board. People are gonna like, hey, it's your title says you're finishing the 3D printer, but what are you doing with that circuit board? Like, I don't know. I've lost control. I don't know. Let's cut up one of these things. I never use these. This is this is for an ESP 8266. It's so that you can solder the chip down like the 8266 itself, and then you can do a bunch of stuff with it. But generally, I find 8266s I'd rather have on a board. I have a couple free ones that I do use periodically, but this is more valuable to me as a perforated prototyping board than anything else right now. So I'm going to cut a square. What's a good square that we can cut out? I'm going to want the dimensions to be inside of this. So yeah, I think maybe if we just do the maximum square on one of these things, we'll have enough of this that I can do everything I want to do. These LEDs go down nicely onto perforated prototyping. They're only well, these are 6 pins. Wait a minute. Yeah. If I mask the middle, I don't even know if I need to mask it. No, I don't. This will just go down very cleanly onto the board. So that'll be cool. Yeah, perf boards, I mean, if you got time, just go to Alibaba. You can find, like, I don't really particularly like these. This is not what I'm used to working in. Maybe we should try to find, do I have enough whiteboard to do this? I'm racist against green boards. This is a lighting project, so I figure maybe a white backing would be a good idea. Nah, I don't know where all that stuff went. I need to order more of it. That was this kind of perf board. The only example I have is gross. Oh wait, no, that one's cleaner. That's not even the right stuff. This stuff that I used on a lot of different projects is basically one-sided square perforated prototyping board. So the one-sided part is really important because if I want to put electronics back on the backing, I'm not gonna end up shorting anything out on the stuff that's already there, right? Or the stuff that's on the other side. And if I want to go surface mount, the squares allow me to have that short distance breakage that'll allow me to throw down like a surface mount resistor and stuff. So that stuff's very, very useful. I don't have any of that. We're going to use this stuff. It's plated through. We should be able to do just fine on this because we're basically just making like a 5 or 6 pin header. And all the connections. I should probably power this down while we work on it, huh? I've got live AC just sitting right here, just tempting me. There we go. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. That's maybe step 0 of a majority of the projects here that I often forget to do. Good old step 0, huh? Step 0, what are you doing? All right, so let's get my printer case all freed up and open, and I'll just put this under the printer for right now until we can get back to it. So first you take wheat and then you grind it up and you put it in with some egg and then you pound it flat and you extrude it into these little twisty things, right? And then you dry it out. And once you dry it out, you then boil it in water until it becomes moist again and put a little tiny bit of oil on it. And then you eat it in a bowl. And then it causes you massive heartburn when you're trying to frickin' stream. I don't understand. I don't understand. I had the most bland, plain lunch you could possibly ever conceive, and yet it's causing me problems with burping. This isn't like, I don't stream like Rob Oz, where you guys will hear all of my burps and stuff super duper loud. Like my subwoofer was like rumbling my desk because of his burping. I don't do that, but oh no! God damn it. that connector is becoming an issue. I think maybe one of the next 3D printer projects is that I need to make a support for the connector on this camera so that I'm not touching it as it's doing its thing. What's up, Degenerate? Yeah, when he chews with the mic, and he's got like a pole mic too. He's got one of those headsets, right? He's got a nice headset. It's like a Sennheiser, but yeah, nice headset or not, I don't think I'll be borrowing it anytime soon. It probably smells like food. A couple things here. I am not bad-mouthing another streamer in any way that he wouldn't say stuff about me. I love Rob Oz. He's great. Just to make that clear in case people who don't know, you know. It's like City of Brotherly Love kind of stuff, right? Where's my... Did that insta-freeze? What's going on here? Why isn't that even video? Deactivate it. I'm gonna unplug it and plug it back in. What the hell is that? What the hell was that, chat? What's going on here? Yeah, I'm doing it for the views. I'm attacking them. It's the new drama. I've got beef with Rob Oz. Yes? 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 Okay. All right, now here's the thing. This camera, you can see how much more fisheye we've achieved here. I actually don't have control of that anymore. Huh. Yeah, I know, bad direction. Rob is awesome, one of the few streamers who doesn't give a damn. Well, that's true. All right, so all of the auto settings are on this thing. So all the videos is adjusting itself and stuff, and I need to fix down a lot of these settings. So what I need to do is go in here and actually quit Stream Deck. Paradoxically, quit Stream Deck, and then I need to reopen it. I need to assign a button to restarting Stream Deck, huh? I don't know if it can do that. Stream Deck. Ooh, what's with the... Ooh, everything got slow there for a minute. All right, so now that Stream Deck is reopened, I can go and I can do the ARM procedure, which is an automated procedure that gets the Logitech webcam settings to go into the Logitech webcam. So what didn't happen just then, and what you should see is video freeze, and that backlighting should change. Let me try again. Okay, something else is broken too. Oh, for fuck's sake. Is this gonna be a big issue today? I'm gonna try the other cable. I don't know what loosened up on this. It seems like maybe it's just like a piece of metal is a little bit loose on the Brio. I can't do a stream where I pull the Brio apart and show you guys all the parts of it, because then I would have to like bring that other camera over here or something. That would be too weird. Or not. Maybe I could do that, but if this thing is going to be a bastard. Oh yeah, that's really loose, isn't it? Oh boy, oh boy. How you guys like a microscope only stream of me fixing a USB cable? Because you're gonna get it. You're gonna get it right now. That's what you're gonna get. That's what you get. That's what you get, chat. Since this is kind of important to me, I need to do a Logitech Brio. Tear down. It's what we deserve. There's Kurokesu's instructions. That's basically what we need. Yeah, I mean, welcome to O'Bother's stream. Step 1 from Kurokesu. Destroy this shit. Break it. No mercy. 2021. You're dripping. It should snow here today. Hey, Three Mirrors. As long as you use an asthma mic to go with the detail. I don't know if I can stomach this. Oh boy. Yeah, and the tradition of stealing Tomato's jokes. Where's that clip from Uncle Phil where I did all the timing perfectly? Oh god, I'm gonna be sick. I don't want to do this. Oh, it's definitely raining. That's what I'm hearing. Yeah, it's raining out. Marcus, you're making my day not as bad, oh bother. I spent all day trying to get an Arduino Scotch to work. So coming in to watch somebody else fight with electronics makes me not feel alone. I think that's primarily the purpose of this stream, is to allow people to watch me fail sequentially at stuff. This Kurokesu case is really tempting. I kind of really want to get one. Yeah, there it is. How much do these cost? Because I kind of want to... Hold on. Brio. How much have I spent on this? Because I got the aluminum case for the microscope, and it's really nice. But it's like a way to like armor your equipment. Although it doesn't use none of the other Brio sensors are on this. €60, huh? That's not bad. Well, no, the whole point of Kurokesu is that he's selling milled aluminum cases for these webcams, and so it's actually really nice to have, because then you can use like your own lenses and stuff. Although this one doesn't retain the Brio lens, so I would have to then manually focus the Brio, and I don't really want to do that. I like having the button controls to change the focus, because that way your view doesn't rumble around, and I just have to push a button a bunch to get the focus to change. So yeah, I'm not going to be Kurokesuing the Brio. Tempting though it may be. Look at that. Look at that sensor. It's huge. And you can see here that he's got a piece of glass on there. That is the infrared filter. That blocks infrared, because the sensors that they use in these cameras see infrared as a blue. So if you don't put that in, the camera thinks it's getting more blue than it actually is, and it'll shift your colors over and ruin your shots. Everything looks weird. It's also popular in certain realms of photography and perverts to get rid of that infrared filter. I don't have any desire to do that. But yeah, you have to buy a little filter that goes in there. Yeah, I can apparently, like, look at that. Look at the armored USB. It looks like it's a right angle USB coming right off of the, oh, look at that. That looks really good. Man, this thing, it's so cool, but, What other sensors is it blocking? Oh, and it takes one of the screw-in. Oh, you bastard. Look. Chat, look. It takes one of the screw-in ones. I won't even ask why you know that. For my senior design project in college, I was a pervert. Look at what it has. Look at this. It's got one of the screw-in USB-Cs. Now, for my senior design project, I did no, I'm not gonna buy it. I'm not gonna buy it. I might buy it. I might buy it. Another $70 stream. What did I say a minute ago about like every stream costing me $70 because of the yak shaving that goes on? This one, the yak fell on us, but yeah, anyway, my senior design project, I worked with some computer vision stuff, and we needed to have 2 cameras that looked at performers on a stage because we're perverts. But in order to put those cameras up, we got these cameras and they were completely unfiltered. And so we needed to get unfiltered cameras because I was making infrared pucks that were going on a raincoat in order to get a point cloud and then translate that into a flash animation. Chat, you can help them offset the cost. No, it's only $60. No, but then I need to get a new, no. Then I need to get a new lens and it won't autofocus unless I retain the original one. Performer on a stage, get it right. Unless I just put like a glass piece in the front and I retain this. Wait, there are several sensors in the front of this camera. I don't even know what they do. God, getting all the way down to that USB is like ridiculous. Glued plastic front plate. 2 screws there. Then it's got, what are these things? Hold on. What sensors do you got? Oh, that's an LED. Okay. And then it's got this thing over here. What is that? It's like an entire set. I mean, the microphones I'm not worried about. I'm not getting audio from these things. But there's like a whole suite of sensors up there that you'd be then discarding. buy two. Two what? Logitech Brio is like a $500 webcam. I can't fucking afford that. This one was sent to me. That was a Wexo buy. Let's check. Let's check up on the Brio. Hello? Why did my mouse move out of that? Okay, it was $500 for like a month during COVID. 150 isn't so bad. I probably should get another one just because I need to have a spare. This is the only piece of equipment here that I do not have a direct replacement for. Aside from like, no, the Stream Deck, I bought an extra. It's the only thing, and yet it's now the thing that's broken. It was a lot cheaper than, you know, mid-pandemic. I looked at the thing and it was like, I was like, $500, what the fuck? No, it's only 120, 130. Yeah, that's when I bought those for 60 when they were there. 150 bucks, and I get it overnight. I can click a button and set off an entire Rube Goldberg machine of human misery that nets me a webcam by tomorrow that I could just take out and place in this thing's place. I'm going to try to fix this USB thing. I really don't want to spend $150, and I definitely don't want to spend the money on this, but I don't know. If I keep that in there and I don't desolder the lens cowl, then I don't need to put that extra piece of glass in there, and I could probably buy, what is the lens mount size? Blah 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 blah. Lenses. With a crappy lens, you get a crappy result. Apparently you can, yeah, you get real good results of this thing, huh? You're the cheapest one, you won't be able to test it earlier. What is that size? Is it I think it's just a C mount. Yeah. So let's see if I can find. Why are you moving my mouse? But I don't want it to actually be a lens. Yeah, you can buy all kinds of cool C-mount stuff, which is pretty amazing. C-mount lenses, it's like a universal kind of thing. It's great. Is that just a thing? C-mount, actually, UV filter. I got a UV filter on. I have a UV filter on the webcam, which is pretty good. Those are all too big. None of this is C-mount. The recommended has a link. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. I don't know if I'm gonna be doing this soon, but I should start thinking about this because having that screw-in USB-C port, that's kind of a priority. And I think what I can do is I can move the guts of this thing over to the Kurokesu case and then just put some kind of like a cover where the lens would be. And then it'll still be the same sensor. It'll still be the same tiny little lens that gives us this oddly fisheye. Oh yeah, that's right. The camera's frozen right now. I'm like trying to put my hands in the camera so that you guys can see something on the lower camera. It's frozen. But then I'll have the screw-in connector on the back, which is kind of important. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. That way we won't run into this problem again where the USB-C is a little loose and it's making an intermittent connection. Ah, balls. Balls, balls, balls. Always balls. Always, always balls. The yak grows larger as I attempt to shave. Let's take a look at this USB-C up close because it's the only camera we have. And I'll see if I can bend something that'll maybe put a little bit more pressure on it. And that way it'll hold it a little better. I'm just miffed about all the additional sensors in front of this camera that I don't think Logitech is doing anything with. There's other sensors in front of this camera. And I think they're probably useful for something. We should be working with a PCB right now instead of what we're doing. Oh, look, it's a camera that's not frozen. Son of a bitch. There's like an indicator LED here. We saw that. That goes all the way down to the circuit board. What are these sparkles on my camera? Why? What the fuck? Wait, what? Why is there like pocket lint in my lens? Oh lordy. We gotta do this job. I guess I am getting the Kurokesu thing. I don't want to put streams on hold, but why is there glitter? Why? Oh, I'm gonna have to tear this thing down, aren't I? I don't know what the hell this thing does either. I don't know what that is. I don't even know how lint would have gotten in here. Maybe through the microphone cutouts, but that's got like a little grating on it. I don't know. This camera just hangs above the desk. It shouldn't. It should not be susceptible to these sorts of things. Oh, Lordy. I gotta solve this problem right now. Let's take a look at the USB port first, though, before we... Because if I can get this running even busted again, I'll get it running again. But I'm definitely... That seals the deal right there. That right there. Because I could peel off the whole front piece and then clean that, but... Infrared to help focus. Yeah, but the Kesu one doesn't use that. No, that would be a game changer, wouldn't it? Yeah, this one doesn't have that. So if... Because they assume that you're putting in a C-mount lens, and that negates the... balls. Balls, 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 balls. I don't think that's going to work then. I don't think I'm going to be able to get the Kuro Kesu one. Because, like, if the focus assist needs to be there... I mean, I guess I could still take over focus. I guess that's not broken. But, like, this has no place. Webcam is cataracts. Yeah, what is he saying to do? Hex, blah, 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 blah. Let's see. What do they say? There's where you remove the focuser. PCB, do all that stuff. This is the... Camera has nasty white LED facing lens direction. If you don't remove the LED, it'll shine inside the enclosure directly into the sensor. Desolder it. I like the white LED. Well, this isn't a phone cam, though. I mean, this isn't like Terminal, the dust. No, this is Kuro Kesu's how-to. Disassemble this. 4 Phillips screws. Mount plate is attached. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, really? You got to pry it out? Ay. Yeah, there's an infrared camera. What does it do with that? Trying to access IR camera. Hold on. That's going to dox my emails real quick. Please don't tell me to sign up. All right, it doesn't appear to be doing that. Recently bought 4K webcam, computer vision project, chose the camera because I need small details and large surface. Camera also includes infrared camera, which is used for unlocking the PC using Windows Hello. What the f... Maybe I don't need it. Not a depth mapper to make unnecessarily things biosecure like a fridge. Huh. Windows Hello has an example of the... Perverts! You perverts! You irredeemable perverts! I can't believe... I can't even show that on Twitch. That's disgusting. Pervert. So apparently that's what it shows. In Windows Hello? And they close off the camera for anybody else trying to do anything with it. God damn you, Uncle Phil. Oh, this interface on Reddit is really, really annoying. You can never... Look at this. Like, I had to click in order to view the other comments, right? And then it's like, you get 2. You get 2. You don't get the whole discussion. Fine, give me the whole discussion. And then as soon as I hit the bottom of the page, it like tries to open something new. Oh, man, it's annoying. All right, anyway. How old's normal IR, to be honest? Okay, that's distracted. What libraries have you tried? So I guess I don't need the infrared camera on the Brio, do I? So I could probably get rid of it. Yeah, and I don't even need the microphones. I just boil this down to be just a webcam. Reddit's a terrible place. I don't mind it a lot of the time, but, you know, I wish there was another website on the internet. There's two. So yeah, there's a bottom mount plate, and then there's all the other stuff. I guess what I'll do for now is I'll order the Kurokesu thing, because I'll be able to put just like a glass protector over top of the C-mount, and I'll keep the focus lens that the Brio has. The Brio is kind of a weird thing. It's like a slightly better webcam with a slightly larger lens, and that's like all it's got. And then it has these weird features that nobody does anything with, like an illuminator LED or the IR camera in order to do Windows Hello stuff. And then it's got, yeah, it's like an extra sensor on there that they don't use. I wish it had a laser distance sensor in order to affect focus, because those are not expensive, and they make for a very good focusing webcam. Because like with a webcam, I mean, really, I don't know what the algorithm that they put inside of this thing is to focus, but it really has ADHD. Because when I try to point it at something like the desk, and again, I'm trying to emote on the camera with my hands, but the camera is not even connected to the arm. There's just a frozen video thing below me. Yeah, Windows Hello is the face unlocking thing, yeah. A bit disappointed my new laptop doesn't have Windows Hello. I don't know, whatever. I'm not in spaces where I need to lock my computer anymore, you know? My habit when getting up from the computer is Windows L. I'll sometimes do that without thinking, just Windows L, because it, when working in a government position, it was a matter of like national, whatever. It was a security measure that was needed, right? And we had somebody whose habit was if a oh god, my brain. If a station wasn't locked, he would walk up to it, open the email client, and start writing emails to the FBI director, like love letters. So you made sure to lock your computer no matter what. Anyway, yeah. So I guess I don't need any of the infrared features on the camera. So I could literally take this thing apart and just have the... No, the IR camera is not for autofocus or anything. It's apparently just for like Windows Hello to help you unlock your face at your workstation. So I can totally do this. I can get the Kurokesu case. I can disassemble the entire frickin' webcam, transplant it, and then I can have a screw-in USB port. That's literally the only reason I'm doing that, is for the screw-in USB port. Because this USB port is starting to be busted. USB-C ports wear over time, and they can be unreliable. What mechanisms exist inside of this plug that will allow me to plug something in and have it be stable? Oh yeah, that's the frozen camera. There's my elbow. What does this USB port have that I can use for now to keep the connection stable? I could bend it with a wrench. I could bend it in just a little bit. I don't see any of the mechanisms for clicking on this. Let me find a pinch the cable. Hold on, I need a diagram because I don't know. USB-C mechanism. What is the mechanism behind USB-C? What are they doing? What the dog doing? What clicks you in? Like, nobody wants to teach me that, huh? I just need like a... There we go. That's it. Yep, that's what I needed. It's a secret. Yeah, maybe the patents show it. Speaking of... Okay, that's kind of awesome. Let's see here. Hold on. Bum, 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 bum. USB-C cable, blah, 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 blah. Page 39 of the spec. yoink, all the way down to 39. You guys mean well, but yeah, USB-C has a lot of stuff. Primarily, the important part is that USB-C can communicate to the host so that the device can request up to 12 volts. But there's a lot of differential pairs in the new USB-C. Well, 39 isn't what they said it was. But we do have diagrams in here. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. So that's what's snapping. We've got like an indent in the plastic. It's interesting because I've got connectors that are on like phone cradles that snap, and I hate it because like I don't want my whole phone cradle to come up with the phone, you know. So it's like these things should probably have modified. The phone cradle should have a modified USB-C so that the thing just drops in there. So what is the cable spec? What do we got there? Etc., 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 etc. There they are. Those little guys right there. These little bastards. These little clippy thingies. So those... I mean, the problem isn't really with the snapping on this one. The problem is more with the side play, which is why I'm thinking like I need to pinch something. Yeah. That said pinch the cable. I'm inclined to pinch the housing. Because I think it's the housing that really suffers the most from this. That one seems okay. And I would like a better explanation of what's creating that click. Outer EMI, metal opening all around. Look at that. They got all the diagram, all the 3D stuff. Share with me specification. Show me what I need to know. Yeah, there they are. So it's like a metal tongue on the side of the thing. Yeah, you can post the link. Oops, that's the frozen camera. Little metal thing on the sides. Product 5-pack of what? Oh, those are only for charging. Oh, you're talking about putting it in the in a thing? In a cradle? And I guess, or I could get a, like one of those, I can use a charging pad now. So maybe I could just tape a pad to something on an angle that'll just, or just put that thing up. Yeah, maybe I'll just take the wireless pad that I have upstairs. I have one that's the shape of a Twitch logo, which is a little cringe. All right, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stick a pair of tweezers in this thing and just crunch it a little bit. Because there's a problem with this interfacing with both cables. So I don't think it's the cable wearing out. I think this is probably a little bit guilty of it. But I'll stick a pair of tweezers in that gap, and that'll just crunch it a little bit. Hopefully that'll be enough to allow us to use the camera a little bit longer, but I should order the Kurokesu things as well. No, and I'm absolutely not going to be plugging my my phone into this computer while I'm streaming. Hell nah. Ooh, that's breaking it apart a little bit. That's not good. Actually, well, you know, any port in a storm, I guess, but I'm going to be shopping for surface mount USB connectors, aren't I? Did that... Why are you moving? Oh, is this a soldering issue? Uh-oh. That doesn't look good. Something's wrong. That's not good at all. Oh, I don't want to have to tear down my own camera, Mr. Gorbachev. Yeah, if I keep jiggling it, it'll probably fix itself, right? Welcome to Troubleshooting 101, huh? I'll have to order sockets, right angles. That's what it is. Oh, dear God, it is the socket. That clicked in perfectly, by the way. That was a very nice feeling click. We gotta get all the way down to the circuit board on this because the problem's with the connector. Here I go, not working on the project and the title again. God damn it. This sucks. Well, I hope you guys like microscope cam. We're gonna have a bit of it. I don't think I have any I do have the microscope face cam, but that'll just show angles of me that were not meant for human consumption. Look at that. And I'll just be like here working. God damn it. This is what happens when you mess with everything you own. Every single thing I own has to be somehow doctored and messed with. I didn't touch this. I didn't modify it at all. I liked it because I didn't have to modify it at all. Now I have to. I have an oven, but I'm not going to use it with the plastics that are surrounding this thing. No, it's absolutely no. Listen, guys, I'm fully confident that it is in fact a problem with the connector. The connector's moving all around. That's really, really bad. That means something cracked and broke. So here we are. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you guys aren't on screen for that one. Where was the cursed view? One of these had like, yeah, face cam is one of the. Chat, rest assured, I know what I'm doing. All right? Trust me. Please. It is absolutely 100% the connector has broken off of the PCB. Did they use any kind of a through-hole connector? I'm gonna say I doubt that very strongly. Okay, there are holes that it does go through. So we'll take a look at those because I've got to tear it down to this point. I got to get it all the way down to here. Oh, balls. All right, let's get started. That's the one I want. That's toxic. That's a toxic pole. All right, so we have that insidious double-sided tape holding this whole thing together. No, it's just that people underestimate the amount of wear and tear. And USB spec, like the USB spec, should have been fortified against this, right? The USB specification, what we're looking at in this document here, they're like, here's a through-hole version of the thing, right? Here's another one with just a bunch of bullshit going on, right? So, God, there's a traveling, anyway, USB spec, right? You got all this wonderful through-hole stuff, and that through-hole creates a rivet in your circuit board, and it's super duper duper strong. Everybody wants to go surface mount, and the connector's fine. You can go surface mount with them, but in my opinion, it always should have a through-hole component to the surface mount because that's so much stronger and it's resilient against flexure and stuff like that. Like eventually, and what I believe has happened is maybe they didn't heat up the connector pins long enough, or the surface mount components in there probably broke. And it's probably because they were surface mount for part of the connector, and then this metal on the outside loosened up. And so the whole thing was just ready to break. Yeah, cold soldering can sometimes, but this camera did well for so long that I don't know if cold soldering would be to blame. And the only solution here, because this is a production environment where I'm actually moving it all around constantly. So if this were just a webcam and it was just sitting on the monitor like the face cam does, I never touch that. So unplugging and plugging it in, perfectly fine for the amount of wear and tear this connector gets. But like phone connectors and the webcam on the arm, I'm constantly moving it around, right? So it needs to be strong, and that's sort of part of the specification with USB-C. I just wish there was a little bit more. I don't know. I don't even know. See, this has two different pieces of metal holding it down and holding it steady because these things get drop kicked. Like you've got an 800-pound gorilla like teething on this thing. That's essentially the amount of force that you need to deal with. And I feel like maybe they underspec'd it a little bit. A lot of the third-party manufacturers are not following the original spec. I think they've ignored parts of the spec that they don't feel like they need. And most of them involve making it a fully surface mount part, not doing proper through-hole stuff, and just, yeah, this is what happens. This is what pisses me off more than anything else, is when I have a connector break like this. So I'm probably going to have to go and buy another Brio just so I have one waiting in the wings in case something breaks. Now that the prices have dropped again. What a piece of shit. All right, anyway, moving on. Moving on to my weird camera setup now. They would have all out of, yeah. It would make it out of the cheapest of cheap materials if they could. Yeah. But I gotta drill 4 holes now? What is this? What is this? Drilling 4 holes. Are you trying to take over my life? Drilling 4 holes? I ain't gonna drill 4 holes. I'm gonna drill 2 holes. Why'd it break? Oh, God. Am I gonna have to use the metal tweezers for this? I think I will. Because it's the only thing that's gonna fit under here. Careful now. Now this is plastic? I guess it is. I thought it was glass. There's this wonderful optically clear plastic on this stuff. Well, if I'm going to be Kesuing this thing, then I can just yeet all this material away, huh? I don't actually have to be kind to it. I'll need the body of the camera for the, the next 2 weeks of streaming while the Kuro Kesu cases in the mail. I should have bought one ahead of time. I've got one for a USB-C camera. Sorry, I have one for a Logitech, like the C920 series camera. I don't have one for the Brio. All right, I can't do this on the microscope. I'm just gonna carefully peel these two apart using my fingers. My fingies. The microphone apparently is stuck to this. At least we won't have that pocket lint in there. Seeing plastic USB-A connectors and cheapo charger cables. Really? I thought the metal was part of the spec. It's part of the grounding standard for, I guess for a charging cable, you're not too worried about EMI. But like the whole point of USB-C is that you've got like a shitload more grounded, you have shielded pairs. Shielded pairs. That's why the cables are so thick. They're dummy thick. And in addition to the shielded pairs, you've also got a more copper on the power lines. And that's why they're able to push all those amps through them. My God, why was that so dusty? There was like shit all over this. It's like I've been carrying it in my pocket. I've seen cell phones that are this old and cleaner. What the heck? That's the useless infrared camera and the useless infrared illuminator. It's actually interesting. A lot of people have the wrong impression about infrared and how it works. What I explained earlier about infrared and camera sensors is universal, right? That's all camera sensors need to have an infrared filter in front of them. Otherwise, the color shift is too great, right? And you get weird video out of it. I did that with this camera. I don't have a removable filter in this, so I can't really show you the effect, but everything looks kind of washed out because it's getting all those infrared frequencies exist right now, right? And all the infrared cameras you see are black and white for the very purpose of not having that color shift in there. But people get the wrong impression and they go, oh, but your front-facing camera on your cell phone doesn't have an infrared filter on it. Yes, it does. Every single camera with this type of sensor has an infrared filter. They have to in order to function properly. And people don't know that. I've seen people argue to the opposite effect on like Reddit, where they're adamant that the front-facing camera does. No, it has it. There might be less of it. But that little beam of infrared you see coming out of the remote control when you put it up against the cell phone camera, that's what's leaking through the sensor, which will give you an impression of whether or not your batteries need to be changed on your remote. If you view that remote in this thing, it is like a powerful flashlight. Infrared is a lot more potent than people give it credit for. It's like a powerful flashlight when you view it from a camera that does not have any kind of infrared filtration on it. Like, I can kind of illuminate stuff a little bit with this infrared. No, you're actually like sending a lot of energy out of that thing. Yeah, I think they only make Logitech. I'm not sure. I'm not an expert. These are weird microphones. I do not use the webcam mics though, so I guess it's time to get into this thing. Well, this was a 3D printer stream, but I need to change the title. Hold on, I'll change the title real quick. So, my primary webcam broke. Fixin it. Done. There you go. We're still science and technology, so I don't have to change that. And then this mount for the microscope I need to revise, but I just need to tighten it up right now. Don't fall. Don't crash, please. Hold on. I'm going to get in here, make sure that's tight. I need to make an actual mount for the end of this Naga arm. That'll actually legitimately hold this camera. I've never gotten around to it. Now all that stuff at once is blowing up in my face. And I also need to swap out the connector on this one. This one does not have one of the fancy schmancy connectors on it. So if I bump this connector, it'll freeze the camera too. I have two cameras that have this problem now. All right, this is as far back as I can get you in focus. Yeah, all right. A little less light into the camera. There we go. All right, so now I'm up against two screws, two Phillips heads on the cover of this thing. Now this one has, so this camera has, it has an IR LED and then its own IR camera, but can't use it. It's used by Windows Hello, of all things. Of all things, Windows Hello. Hello. So yeah, let's get into this. Let's get this thing apart. I hate to have to do this, man. This is like studio equipment. This stuff should not be fucked with. And here we are, fucking with it. But I need to get down to the PCB on this thing. There's no getting around that. I would have liked to just bend the thing and get it back to work, but this camera's a Logitech C920. No, shit. This camera's a Logitech Brio. Brio. I'll see what it's like using this thing without the microphones plugged in and without the IR camera stuff connected, because I think it'll still be perfectly viable, but I need to make sure that doesn't like break something in the camera. Because we're gonna keep the autofocus functionality and everything, which is not assisted by the infrared. It's just like another camera in there. Jesus, it's weird. It's actually a lot cheaper than I thought the case was. Logitech cheese. Oh, I thought you were talking about what was on my finger. I got Logitech cheese on me. I've been sick over the past couple days, chat. I'll be okay. I'm getting better. I've been kind of run down. Main. Typically you undo the lever on that and that'll help you remove this. So I need to peel up the Captain tape that they put on this thing. Oh, they wrapped it around? Oh, you evil, evil, evil. Evil, evil, evil. They wrapped it around the whole case. No, I didn't get the virus. The virus. I got a virus. Not COVID. Which is weird. It's kind of embarrassing. You know, everybody's getting COVID and I go and get something else. Very strange. No beer virus? No! It felt a lot like alcoholism, but no. I actually have something, I don't know. I'm getting over something. Embarrassing, though. You know, you got everybody out here getting COVID, putting in their effort, and I'm sitting here getting whatever the fuck. All right, it looks like there's the powerful LED with its own heatsink. That's interesting. We don't have access to this camera. And all these camera pinouts are all so weird. They're all so difficult to get a standard on. You know, it's like, what are these pins? I don't know. How do these engineers build these fucking things? If I guess you get it from a manufacturer and they give you their whole thing, but yeah, I'm not one of the cool kids, I guess. All right, so in cell phone and Logitech fashion, this thing is simply taped to the back wall, which is really annoying, but we got to live with it. So what were they doing there? They were loosening this thing and like peeling it forward. All right, let's look at the Kurokesu thing and see what they're doing. Pop, 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 pop. Pop, 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 pop. Pop, pop. Doot, 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 doot. Mount plate is attached to the enclosure with double-sided adhesive tape. Really? Pry small screwdriver, sharp tool, separate, wiggle to remove, be gentle, not to damage the PCB. All right, this is going to get involved. Get a screwdriver over here. And you guys, of course, will be on this terribly shitty view. I can't believe my bread and butter webcam fucked up that hard. My bread and butter. That angers thee, bother. Bother is anger. I am angy. Also, getting rid of this double-sided tape is really annoying. What? I guess I have to. Hey, my camera's delicious. If I do that, I'm going to slip and scratch the lens. I'll just go right across it. Gotta be careful with the prying forces. You guys can see that I actually do use the microscope when I'm streaming like this, because usually I'll have this camera will be the one bringing you the video, and I'll have the light over my shoulder, which I can't get in here right now because of the printer. Oh, I got my third vaccination in October, late October, I think. It was like right near the end of October, right near my birthday. How the fuck am I supposed to do this? And what is this clip holding in? Is that just going to drop this entire thing down if I open this clip? There's like a giant clip there. What is that doing? Or is that how it's clipped? I mean, they say double-sided tape on this thing. And it's showing him doing it with like, okay, so there's like two pieces of double-sided tape that he's like getting at with the tweezers like that. That's the only way that I think that I could be able to do it. All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look. Yeah, it's probably actually a good idea. I don't know how effective that's going to be, but I'll just get a little piece of Captain tape and just put it over there. That's a good idea. Captain is low residue enough, I think, for a lens. It's kind of cringe as shit to put a tape over a lens, but at the same time, no, I'm gonna let the sticky stuff touch the lens because I would like to remove all those particles on it. It'll be two frogs with one stone, right? Also, if I just do it tightly, it won't really touch the lens. It also won't stick to anything, which is really irritating. All right, good enough. Good enough. So they're shoving their tweezers all the way down into this because there's 2 pieces of double-sided tape on the thing. And this just gets down in there and gets between them, I guess. Break the tape. Spill its blood. The purpose of doing this is I need to get all the way to the back of the circuit board, and this camera was built around that circuit board. In fact, they started building this camera, they pulled that board in, and they said, how do we hide this part the most? The part that interfaces with the outside world, the USB-C connector. How do we make this the weakest part of the whole thing? How do we build something entirely around this with single-use items like double-sided tape and not screws? I'm sure there was an argument about using screws to hold the whole enclosure together that somebody lost. No, we'll use tape. No, I insist we use screws, please. Because yeah, this is terrible design. It's not terrible design, really. It's just not right to repair design. Do I have a 3D printer? Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Fucking asshole. No, I'm just kidding. Today's stream started as a 3D printer repair stream because I was just finishing it up. I was just finishing it up. I was gonna finish the 3D printer today. I know you did. I know you did. I'm not purposely being mean to you. Or no, I am purposely being mean to you for the joke. Just abusing new chatters. They should know better. No, they shouldn't. It's fine. It's all good. That's kind of where that's where all the frustration is, Pseudo. That's where all the frustration is. Yeah. Joker moment. Hey, back in my day, they were Travis Bickle moments, all right? Joker moment, my ass. These damn kids, now they get Batman movies that replace the original good movie. How the hell am I supposed to... There's a lot of double-sided tape in here. What I'm doing is I'm pushing it down, and that's what's creating this gap here. So it's like getting pushed down, and I don't know where the rest of it is. You just like push that out of the way. I really don't want to damage the threads, but I do kind of need to put force on it in this direction. Look at these certifications. I think this is actually metal. Yeah, I think the case is actually metal, the back of the case anyway. Make it feel expensive, give it a little weight. I probably could use heat on this too, but it looks like I could get a thin pair of pliers in there and kind of wrench it right and left without damaging the circuit board. So I'm going to try that. Snap, snap. Gonads pair has an eye on it. Mine do not. Can I actually, is that gonna fit? No. All right, the last thing I want to do is hurt the webcam camera housing. And these clock in at... Oh, nope, they're actually under it. They're actually under the housing. So this has just barely a little bit of room there. Ooh, that's lucky. How do they see what they're cutting? No, we're using these as dinosaur jaws. Now watch, the whole webcam gets pulled off when I do this. Just the whole lens just flies off. Yeah! Oh, it's like pulling a tooth. Yeah, all that double-sided tape, huh? This stuff sucks. This stuff sucks. I am just... All right. Oh, I can't do it from this machine. Actually, I might be able to. Buy now. Ship to me. That's all my details. Place my order. That was expensive. That sucked. There we go. 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. So I'll have the webcam for stream tomorrow. Don't start price fucking no, don't do that. Don't do that. I don't care what they cost in I don't have time to go to Micro Center tomorrow. Yeah, that's the chain of oh wait, that camera's frozen. The chain of human suffering has begun. Yeah, I am still gonna get the housing, but we got to take a look at the actual plug in this thing. Yeah, like okay, so a couple things have happened in recent memory that the reason that I reacted to that so strongly, telling me that Micro Center has it cheaper. I fucking like that is getting on my last nerve, and you have nothing to do with it, kind of. That's getting on my last nerve because I just bought a new phone for like a couple $100. And the first thing that my friends do is link me to some random ass, and I guess he's not random ass, he's actually a fairly, I guess, respected hardware reviewer, who immediately poo-poos it and then says, that's why I got an iPhone. And it's like, well, thanks for linking me to that. I really appreciate that. You know, that kind of thing just irritates me. It's like, you know, oh, you could go to Micro Center. Well, I can't. I don't have time to go there. And so if it's $20 more to buy it on Amazon like I did just there with overnight shipping, then that's better for me because I've got to go get blood work done tomorrow, and then I got to stream because I haven't been streaming lately. I love my Pixel 6. The reviewer has poo for brains. That's what I'm feeling that too. I need to find more stuff that actually takes advantage of what the Pixel 6 can do. Because for me right now, it is just a phone that also can do Wi-Fi calling. But the fingerprint sensor's been great for me. I've loved it. It's been a wonderful thing, and you know, I've had a good time using that phone. Nice. Wait, are you gonna do a metal version? Is the wood flexing on you? No, yeah, and like I said, Copper, I'm not specifically aiming at you. It's mostly my frustration with the social inability of my friends, in that I'm like, hey, I bought a new phone for the first time in 7 years. You should have used an iPhone in 7 years, and it cost me a lot of money, and I'm pretty happy with it. I just got my Pixel 6. I love it. I didn't even time this to be like, I just timed this with the deactivation of 3G. My copium remains that with Walmart I get the 5-year warranty because I can go to Micro Center. I have a Micro Center that's very local. I'm going to be passing it on my way to the doctor's office. Like, but I don't want to stop at a retail store and go in because I'm also sick, and I don't know. I'm just making excuses at this point. I just like I can only spend so much time, effort, and personal, I don't know, whatever, to try to do the best or get the greatest or whatever. No. Like I said, you're totally fine. I'm not addressing you specifically. I'm addressing my own burnout, I think is what I'm doing here. You're fine, man. Don't worry. Don't change. Don't do anything. Never do anything. All right, close that. USB spec. I need my next step. Now that we've eviscerated this thing. Modify camera assembly. I'm not going to do that yet. And if I do modify it, I think I'll put something over this. But yeah, this is, and by the way, the other chat member that I berated. Why do I have to be guilty about berating chat members? I should be like one of these remorseless streamers that's just mean to people. Anyway, the other chat member that I berated was in asking about the 3D printer. This is part of the yak shaving that we're doing in order to button up the 3D printer. That's what I wanted to do today, but I can't show you anything happening because my camera's frozen. Interesting being on this side of things, I guess. It's like exposing my last nerve to everybody. Like, hey, you like what you see? Bought a used S10, probably the last phone that will have a good screen, headphone jack, and expandable memory. I am mourning the loss of the headphone jack. As somebody who has giant gigantic, expensive headphones, my DT 1990s, that I'm super proud of and I spent a lot of time saving up for. I don't want to just go over to the, whatever they're called, the earbuds that I have. Yeah, I know. You'll never know that the camera's turned on, but I guess that's just what you get. Mine didn't come with an adapter. A lot of people like, oh, use the charger that came with the phone. My phone didn't come with the charger. It came with one USB-C to USB-C cable. So I went to plug the USB-C end into my quick charger, and I was like, oh, that's the USB-C end. So I flipped it over, and I went to plug it in while not paying attention, and banged it up against the USB port, and I was like, oh, that's the USB-C end, and I flipped it over, and then I tried to plug it in again nonchalantly. Oh, that's the USB-C. Wait a minute. Mahalo, thank you for the 30 months. Good day, hope you're doing well. No, I'm not. I'm not doing well. I am getting over a sickness that wasn't COVID. I don't know what it was, but it had major fatigue as one of the symptoms. And then my Logitech Brio is broken. So no, I'm not doing well. I'm doing quite terribly. I'm in a good mood, but man, am I angry. I just spent $150 on a new camera. No, I do not want to play Elden Ring. I'm not a Souls game player. One problem with the Kuro Kesu mount is that I have to machine out this entire area in order to put the camera lens housing in with everything else. That's no bueno. Well, I guess we can experiment with my 60 euro. We'll put the backup cam into full rotation then. And then maybe I'll pop this thing onto the milling machine and open it up. Which also, well, if I go back, or if I decide to use lenses with it, I think I can still do that. It just won't be as, like, you know, firmly mounted. I guess it'll be okay. Yeah, I think I can still use it. It's just, ugh. Yeah, Apple's setting trends, yeah. New phones no longer came with chargers and no more quality USB-C power supplies for sale. Yeah, isn't that great? You can buy power bricks. I'll need to buy a power brick that has the USB-C port on it, because I don't want to just connect my phone to my computer. The other problem with USB-C is, like, when I drop the phone into a charger, it picks up the charger, and then you have to, like, separate it out. But I guess I can get around that with a charging pad. I don't like it. Yeah, this stream costs a lot of money today, huh? I also gotta fix my car. This sucks. Anyway, we gotta get this thing out of here. So how are we getting it out of the case? What? Really? That's it? Hold on. Oh yeah, I can't. That's not an active camera. It does have wireless charging. 500 bits. Ah, thank you. Thank you, Cannibal. Was there a message on it? Yeah. Can I offer you some bits in these trying times? This is $5. It helps. There it goes. It just clicked out. No, it does wireless charging. It's just I like the phone to face the bed on the nightstand. Yeah, there's two, what are these? Just like little blocks that apparently cool some of the main processor and its little buddy over here, which has a bunch of what look like LED kind of chippy thingies. What the hell are those? Those are cool. Weird. Huh. Well, here's what we're looking at, which is the USB-C port. Why are you so dodgy? Oh, dear God. What the f... It looks like I could pull this out. They're soldered. They're just cold soldered. Let's get closer in. Hopefully this camera doesn't freeze. If I bump the connector on this one, it freezes, so. What the fuck? There's no excuse for that. I should be phoning Logitech about. The problem is like, I don't get, you know, we got this information. I don't get to do anything about it. Like, I can't phone up Logitech and tell them, hey, you guys soldered a connector wrong. And they said, you took apart our device? You can't return that now. They should be sending me free shit for this. Yeah, Groovy had to get a new engine in his car. That sounds like it sucks. I need to do windshield wiper stuff with my car to get it inspected. And I need to register it so that I'm no longer running from the police. I literally ran from the police the other day. Basically, I pulled into a corporate parking lot to avoid the cop that had pulled out, didn't put his lights on or anything, but he definitely followed me 2 turns into the parking lot. And I managed to find a guest parking space that concealed my station wagon. But it was literally bother running from the cops. Yeah, I was shooting. The person I was with died. They got killed. They pulled a weapon on the police and they got shot about 14 times. I got bullet holes all over my car. I had to chase them off a cliff. It was basically just a clip from Milton's stream yesterday. My shiny truck dealer wheels. Hey, those are made to look like wire wheels, okay? Yeah, it's just an average American day. Yeah, that used to be my school route, actually. That's how I got to school. Okay, so the surface mount looks okay, right? The stuff behind the connector, I can't really get this thing off, but it's probably, I think, 2 years old. A little over that. Stolen microchips. We need those microchips. Pew, pew, pew. Stop right there, evil criminal. I'm a policeman. Pew, pew, pew. Ha ha. Welcome to America. Pew, pew, pew. Yeah, and it's bad. This is real bad. We can repair this though. We have a soldering iron. I'm just trying to get the lay of the land here. I can't see any of the pins because this is a 2-part fucking solder job. How small do you need these connectors to be, industry? What is your problem? Look at this. Why? I mean, this would be friggin' strong as hell, and I wouldn't even be having these problems if this thing was properly soldered down. And I don't have any recourse for this. There's nothing I could do. Logitech isn't going to send me a free camera because I've already taken this thing apart all the way down to its components in order to figure this out. That it wasn't actually my fault that the USB broke in the way that it did and fucking hamstrung me for an entire stream where I've got to stop everything and address this problem here. And I don't even have a camera to document it. I'll have a camera tomorrow by 8 a.m. That's the advantage of where I live, is that we have an Amazon warehouse right nearby. But yeah, my blog isn't even fucking popular enough for that. It's like, I'm like the guy that Elon Musk complains and says, you know, you could just complain about it on social media. Like, yeah, nobody's paying attention to that. All right, let's resolder this thing. Maybe it'll lend it a little bit of extra life. But my blood pressure is probably not going to recover from this. That reminds me, I gotta call CVS. Fucking A. I'm mad now. I'm very mad. There's nothing I can do, right? I'm pretty much shit out of luck on this one. All right, why can't I focus my own camera? What's going on here? Oh, because I put it all the way down there. Yeah, I gotta lift it a little bit. Lift it a little bit. Still want the fine detail, but Google sent me a new phone. I did the same on an old phone. Send them a link to the stream. Maybe. There's a clip of me firing off about how shitty this is. That I have to do this to my own webcam. I didn't, you know, man. Look at that. I would like to like remove this whole thing just to take a look at what's going on underneath. Make sure that the surface mount stuff that's being hidden by the shroud isn't getting damaged. And I think in order to do that, all I need to do is heat up that one pin. I think the rest will follow. Maybe the 2 pins? That's going to make it more difficult. Now, J2 kind of looks like it ripped off. Or not J2, but whatever that is right there. Oh, might not be holding on so well. I'll have to see when that warranty... Well, the problem is I didn't buy this. This was given to me by a viewer. But whatever, we can transplant this into the Kurokesu enclosure and then it'll solve some of that stuff. And I don't have time to deal with a warranty. I need to keep streaming. So I can afford to have backup equipment. Oh boy, the catch-22, huh? Tweezers. AKA the pry bar, AKA et cetera, et cetera. I'd show you this on a thermal camera, but that was attached to this camera. Amazing. I'm gonna burn my fingers if I do this. Come on, Bubby. Give me that housing. Yeah. 96 of the bots that watch my program are also complaining about it. And Logitech's like, what the fuck do I care about 100 people? I'm an international tech company. What are you threatening me with? 100 consumers are annoyed at Logitech. I don't know if this will... Well, okay, all right. That was crunching noises. Crunching bad. The crunching noise was the little... this stuff. Just like separating. That made like a bone crunching noise. that was a hell of a noise, let me tell you. Oh yeah. Well, the fact that like the cameras are pretty nice mostly. It's just that some of them don't, or none of them retain settings. They don't retain settings. It's like, please, I would like to retain the settings of this camera because it's a good camera. It does very good at webcam-y kind of stuff, but the settings redo every time, and so people think they're like shitty webcams, and so all these streamers go out and buy like SLRs and stuff like that when they don't need to. Oh, that fell down all the way in there, and it's gonna burn my desk. Nope, come back, come back. Fuck. God. Okay. I'm gonna get one of the hotter large tips because this thing is probably soldered in there pretty good. Probably got a good ground plane, access to it very easily. So we're gonna need one of the big heater tips on this thing. Yeah, the jigsaw puzzle piece. Yep, that's a better way to describe it. Now I actually have to lift the circuit board because I'm hitting the side of the vise. I think that's part of it. Better than the boomer buying the SLR and putting it on a shelf, I suppose. But, you know, they don't need it. They don't need it. They don't need to spend all that money, but I guess they don't really care. Yeah, I'm wondering what's still holding this on. It's probably just the, you know, that cold solder is probably forming a little locking mechanism around it. And I don't really want to resolder the whole connector. But I could give this a shot, see if that pin is what's holding it down. The problem is as soon as I heat that up to soldering temps, it's going to get really hot, and then I won't be able to touch it. I won't be able to put force on it either, so... Get the tweezers, try to come in here like this, maybe. I can't show you guys my hand positioning because I don't know. This camera is the one that does that. This is the camera. This is the camera that does the hand positions. We can get this running temporarily, and I can go back to the 3D printer in a minute here. Shit. Risk burning my hands. Ah, okay. I gotta come at it from this end. Like that. That's no longer visible. Hold on. Doot, doot, doot. There we go. Doot, doot, doot. You guys don't like Elden Ring? All right, that's not moving. Okay, so I thought I could solder this one pin and then get this whole thing to come up, but c'est la vie. So all right, let's get these legs resoldered so that this thing is a functional USB-C connector again. Gonna make me worry about the new one. It's gonna make me worry about the new one and whether or not it actually is soldered well. The new one hopefully will spend most of its life sitting on a shelf. But I didn't buy a backup for this camera because when we got it, I think it was right before cameras got super expensive. It was actually a little bit, actually it was way before that, wasn't it? I don't remember. Maybe Octaj remembers. Please, just the tip, please. Hey, you can see what my face normally looks like when I'm streaming. Unemotive, because typically the camera's not on my face. I need to emote my face more if my face is gonna be on here while I'm soldering. You can see me just like, my mind a complete blank working on this. Usually I'm vocally emotive when I'm off camera. And I emote with my hands a lot. But when I'm on camera, I need to switch gears, and it's not very conducive to the type of work that I'm doing. I don't know how Strange Parts does his thing. He's got an auto... Uh-oh. An auto switcher for his lens for when he puts his face up to the microscope. Was there a component there? Is that the component that was there? Oh boy. Was there a component there, chat? Do you guys remember? Well, it would be larger than these bits. I really hope there wasn't something there. Hope I didn't pick up a component with this. I was looking at the iron tip to see if there's a resistor. We're talking about that guy right there. Well, if one of you can roll it back just a second. Actually, wait. Okay, don't put it in the dry sponge yet. Maybe this. No component. Okay. Never mind. I didn't pick it up. I did not pick it up. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. Up. Okay, let's get that last one soldered. All right. Get that last one soldered, and then we can go back to 3D printer stuff once I reassemble my camera. Why is this like a necessary thing on like all consumer products nowadays? Right? Why is this a necessary step? I hate this. Like, this was supposed to be strong. It was the chosen one, Annie. This is like 101, right? This is electronics 101. Is, hey, you know the thing that the end user has to interact with? Like maybe you should make sure that it's not cold soldered in. You think it's malice? I'd start to equate it to that, but I think what it is they didn't let it bake long enough because they didn't anticipate, or I don't know how they wouldn't anticipate that the metal shroud is going to wick away a lot of heat. I feel like maybe that's the mistake, but that's like a rookie move, right? When you're doing something like manufacturing a webcam for the world, it's kind of a rookie move. And I'm beeping again. I'm stressed out, and I think that's affecting my glucose level. Nope, I'm wavering on the line, and so instead of waiting 2 hours to give me a follow-up warning about going hyperglycemic, it instead is warning me each and every one of those crossings. There and there. It's a 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes. Every 20 minutes, I have an emergency beep in my ear. Bolus. So I'm going to give you, even though I am kind of active and this is dangerous to do, I'm going to give myself 10 carbs of extra bolus, and that's going to knock me down. And it might continue to knock me down even further as I continue to be active this afternoon. It's also sick day, so glucose levels are swinging higher. Ugh. All right. So. Messing this up was a mistake. Can't really do much about it, though. I can probably try to squish it back together carefully, but it shouldn't affect things too much, I don't think. Try to get my fingernail on there so I can just bend it. It's never going to be perfect again. Now I have solder, and that didn't seem to get through to the other end, did it? It kind of did. Let's just add a little bit of solder to the other end here, or just heat. Well, maybe solder, just to be sure. Although I can't get to the other ones because they're in the webcam housing, and I don't want to reveal the sensor. I don't want to get dust in there right now. Thank you guys for the follows, by the way. I've turned off follow notifications just to as a tithing to the introverts out there, right? And I apologize for the amount of light. The 3D printer is in the way right now. Yeah, I'm just worried they'll like pull up pads or do something horrible when, you know, if it's not soldered all the way through. I've added a ton of solder to this, though. Ugh. I don't really know anything about budget microscopes. And the stuff we did today is my solution for doing a microscope, and it costs 120 euro, 60 for the camera, 60 for the housing, and then the C-mount lens is an old DSLR lens, Nikon. My whole microscope setup is laid bare in the commands, but that's what I do. So I don't really know. I've messed around with some budget webcams, and they're all bad. The USB microscopes, but some people like them and they use them just fine. My purposes are wholly and entirely different in such a way as to render any advice that I could give you invalid, which I think was exactly what I said last time. That question was asked by you. All right, let's see what it sees. Let's see what it sees. Scope, try scope. Not turning on. Why are you not turning on? Should see it as the same camera. Hold on. I mean, all that stuff is in there. What I'm worried about is if the USB plastic piece is actually damaged. Yeah, I think it does, because part of the Kurokesu stuff is removing that permanently. I don't think untaping the lens will do anything. Hey, buddy, you want to come back to life for me? Let me look at my USB stuff. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Yeah, is that the USB connectors themselves are what's actually broken. And we have like insidious lifted pads and stuff, which would render this a dead webcam, because I can't, I don't think I can get heat into that connector without damaging the stuff that's under the board. That's right directly on the other side of the board. Damn you, Logitech. All right, yeah, I'm nettled. I'm super fucking nettled today now. Equipment failures will get your streamer extremely nettled. What was I gonna do over here? Oh yeah, USB device mangler. Well, yeah, and again, that's why I pulled the trigger on that so quickly. 922 Tautron. Oh yeah, Tautronics. Those are the headphones that or the earbuds that I now have to use with the phone instead of my DT9090s. Game stream time. I mean, I could pivot to that. But the 3D printer is so close to finishing. I'll just finish it on my own without you guys there. I wanted to have you guys there. I wanted to build that circuit board with you and put that all together. It's not showing up, is it? Why wouldn't you show up? What if I press on it? Ah, yep. Yep, there it is. There it is. And then if I let go, what I'm looking at right now is the cursor and the entire application frame is it started to connect and then it disconnected. And so you could see stuff changing. And so it turns out some of the underlying connections are probably very much damaged. Let's get the chip quick on this. We're going to do a little chip quick. Chip quick is really good for removing big pieces of metal from your circuit board. Like if you've got like an RF can, chip quick will help you remove that RF can. Sometimes like with big RF cans, we've done on like cell phones. Cell phones, as they used to be designed, were a series of compartments because of all of the RF interference that they were trying to keep in or out or whatever. No, we can't even get to the because of the spec, the USB-C spec for this type of connector. We have surface mount connections that are sitting underneath the shroud. It's like the impossibility of soldering this thing is insane. But I think what I can do here is I can get chip quick on some of these pads, and then that'll allow me to pluck up the shroud, and then we can take a look at the status of these. If we're lucky, the legs of the surface mount connections will be broken off because of the cold soldering that occurred, not enough heat. If we are very unlucky, the pads will still be attached to the legs, and we are completely SOL. This is not a reflow oven kind of, no, because you don't, maybe you guys don't know. Some of the plastics that are in the device are not going to survive reflowing. See right here, if I get this out of the way and then I move the camera over to here, you can see right in this spot, no, not this spot right here. This spot right here is actually the linchpin of this entire, okay, anyway. No, what's going on is that the board, oh yeah, it's hanging in front of me. The board right here has this. This thing is kind of important. And if I take this off, underneath all this is that sensor. So I could take all this off, get all the way down to that sensor, put a piece of tape over it, and then maybe heat up this side to soldering temperature. If I put all of this in a reflow oven, I fear for the ability of these parts to stay where they are. It does look like I'm gonna have to remove the lens assembly though. That's kind of annoying. All right, we're gonna remove the lens assembly. This thing's gonna get hot air therapy. Well, I can, no, actually, wait, before I permanently damage anything, we'll chip quick on the pins, and then I'll rip them out. So I can use the solder sucker and a little bit of chip quick before things get ruined. I'm gonna stop letting chat influence me. Quick save. I don't remember when I got the webcam. Wexo sent it here on a whim, and I think it was before the pandemic. And I know I can probably get a warranty on it, and I've already ordered a new webcam, but this is where we're at. This is what I'm doing today. All right. Because I know there's a 3-year warranty, but I think we're right up against it. All right, I would show you guys getting out chip quick, but I can't because I don't have a camera. See, I can, if this works, I can get this fixed now. But if I do the warranty, it'll be whenever Logitech feels like fixing my problem, which is like the Wednesday after never. So, well, Thursday's the new Friday, as they say. Early to mid 2020, huh? That's what I'm talking about. It's like, I don't really know. God, chip quick is gonna add so much material here. I may have to remove this anyway. Yeah, all right, I'm gonna have to remove that anyway. Let's, I'm gonna carefully remove the lens and then put a piece of tape over it. A new piece of tape. I don't wanna introduce any of the crusties. Okay, so chat, you should know, on a camera assembly, what we have right here is the focusing lens, and then there's gonna be the infrared optic inside of there. So why does this thing have such a fisheye lens? Well, because it's got this tiny little lens. Look at that, look at how rounded that is. And that's so that it can capture light from a very wide angle. But that roundedness is what affects the webcam. It's why if you look at the lines on the desk protector, you can see how bent they are going from end to end. And it's where a lot of the flat earthers get a lot of their freaking stupid ass arguments from. In that, it's true. There's compensation on a lot of the images that you see of near orbital flight is being compensated, and there is a bit of a fisheye effect to it. The curvature of the Earth is only a couple degrees, and it is visible at a very high altitude, typically above airplane heights, although you can kind of see it from an airplane. But a lot of that is because people put these cheap cameras on stuff, and these cheap cameras have very fisheyed sort of lenses, so you can see them when they're close to the ground. Why is that like that? Weird. Like when they're close to the ground, you can see things being like convex or concave that aren't. No, they're still fucking dumb, but unfortunately the reality of the way cameras are operated, that happens to be one of the little, I don't know, hidey holes that their arguments kind of live in. But anyway, so the thing about this is what I'm about to do is probably one of the most heinous things you could do to an operating camera system, which is to take off anything in front of and protecting that CCD sensor, whatever type of sensor. Everybody loves to correct me on everything I say. They love to be like, excuse me, the sensor is actually, and anyway, that I'm gonna call it a CCD sensor. The CCD sensor on this thing is a piece of silicone that's just sort of like exposed to the world. And what I need to do is keep these little tiny particles of dust from getting in any of this stuff. So I gotta be careful. No, it's an operational piece of equipment. Exactly what I'm fucking talking about with you people. Anyway. I do get the joke. I get the joke. I get joke. I know joke. No, the camera's operating. We're gonna fix it. Can't say anything unchallenged on this fucking show. Actually, bother, it's not a show. It's a Twitch stream. You should know better. Check your facts, loser. So, we gotta be real careful here. So this comes off. It's got 2 locating pins on it. 2 locating pins. Come on. Come on, Daddy needs a new pair of shoes. Let's go. All right, what's holding this in still? Oh yeah, I forgot about these. We gotta get these off. That's easy enough. Dear God, they put a lot of solder on. I just to be nice, I'm gonna remove some of the solder. Jesus Christmas. Okay, hold on. No, it's not soldered. This isn't soldered on. All right, so let's get this. Yeah, I know. It's like all the soldering was reserved. This is probably hand soldered. That's probably why. Yeah. Put all the solder on the wrong side of the board. Oh God, well, luckily that was silicon. Must be the ground leg. Dear God, that's a lot of solder. Look at it, now it's sensibly soldered. Here, I think braiding it's gonna be better. What I don't understand is how all of that stuff got in behind the plastic of the lens. Like how did all that? Oh God! Oh, great, just great. That's great. Okay, there we go. Good, I got it back. I was afraid I wasn't gonna get my solder braid back. Remove any components? No. Good. No components hanging out. All right, good. Yeah, I'll just put new solder on there and then heat it up and pull it away. All right, so that requires just a little bit of extra solder. Got these wires hanging in front of my face right now. This has been the most irritating stream, where we don't work on my 3D printer at all. So sorry for anybody who's wanting to watch some streamer put together a 3D printer. Instead, this Kermit-voiced loser is going to try to repair his freaking broken-ass webcam because his broke-ass doesn't want to buy one. No, I did actually buy one, but look at that little guy right there. All those pixels. If sensors could talk, the things this thing would say, it would mostly be screaming. All right, let's get a piece of tape over that. I'm going to put just a Captain Tape shroud. The problem is I really don't want the Captain Tape to touch that sensor at all. I don't want anything to lean against it. I don't want to look at it. I don't want to think about it. This is bad, right? This is like real bad. Nothing can get around this, because if we get a spot on this thing, we're fucked. I have a new camera in the mail, so not totally fucked, but I just really don't want to deal with the type of fucked that we would be if, for instance, that finger oil decided to mate itself to the sensor. Try to use the tape's tendency to bow. Make a little bubble. And hopefully it'll keep it at bay. Botany Bay. All right, so that's ready for the new one to come, or for the shroud to be replaced later. And we can come over. Actually, I kind of want to get rid of some of the solder over here. See, those are the 4 anchor pins. You can see how badly soldered they were for the connector. I have to get that hot. There's a lot of, oh God, I'm looking at that dust in there. That dust is stuck to the tape. It's not stuck to the sensor. I hope. I just want to get in here and get this stuff out of here, this excess solder. So I'm going to be putting Chip Quick on it. No, I guess I can't. I can't get enough heat in there right now. Hold on. All right, so we're going to forget that. We're not going to acknowledge its existence at all. We're going to try to use chip quick on the other side of the board here. So in order to do that, unfortunately, well, I need to have this hanging over the edge of the vise, just because otherwise I can't get in there. Chip quick is an alloy that I really like. It's an alloy what is designed to specifically lower the temperature of the solder, basically lower the molten point of the solder. So this stuff is, and it's not, you got to be careful to get the right stuff. You want the SMD removal alloy. What this stuff is it's a particular mixture of metals what actually will, what do you call it? They will coalesce with the solder, and it'll keep that soldering temperature so low that I can go over the pads with the soldering iron and then pluck the part out. I can just remove it. And that's the play here. That's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna move this even further down. So I have room to work. Problem is it's a little bit messy. It's a little bit messy here. Let's back out a little bit. Okay, I have to physically back the camera out. Hold on. Let's back out a little bit so that we're not so claustrophobic. It's a little better, right? We don't need the full microscope inspection. Oh boy. Yeah, this would be a nice lens if I could get a full range of motion out of it. Someone did a microscopic XRF reverse engineering the alloy. It's made of several different alloys, huh? That sounds crazy and complicated. That's way too much effort. I just buy it. You can just buy it from Amazon. All right, so we got to get all of the can pads. It didn't look like those ends were soldered and they were supposed to be. So all I'm worried about is these three and then these three. There's actually supposed to be 2 additional ones down there too that they didn't put in. Tisk tisk, Logitech. You guys aren't even trying. And the problem with chip quick is that it's extremely messy. It gets everywhere. Damn it. Fuck. Piece of fuck. All right. Welcome to my nettled stream where I do nothing but curse at random stuff. Ay, ay, ay. What did I do? What did I do to deserve this? Logitech. This is on them. The drippiness of this stuff really concerns me. I guess the tape will help hold it at bay on the other side of the board, but the drippiness and my inability to get good light into this thing. Yeah, it's coarse and it's rough, it gets everywhere. Oh, Padme. Trying to roll that into the next pad. I'm desperately trying to keep, and again, because this is the camera that would normally be capturing the positioning of my hands, you guys don't get the benefit of seeing where my hands are. I'm trying to come in at a high angle so that I don't end up depositing a bunch of chip quick on these parts, because these are the ones that'll go. These will just leave the board if I accidentally get chip quick on them. And never to be seen again. Now, some of them will not be as at large. You know, you can usually pick them out of the material and then solder them back. But I don't, you know, these are all capacitors and they're all the same size. And so if they're different values, I have no idea what any of the values are. So if I remove more than one of them, I could potentially accidentally swap some filters around. Okay, that was unprecedented. Please don't do that. Chip quick, please. You're going to ruin everything. Okay, so now I believe that we've got all of the chip quick deposited. So now my job is to try to go from pin to pin and supply enough heat to make sure that the chip quick stays molten while I pluck off the can. And I don't know if this soldering iron might be a little bit too rough for this. It might be too big to get in there. I think what I need to do is I'm going to swap tips to one of the very tiny tips. and we'll see what we can do. One of my tiny little pointy tips. I'll put this thing away. Should probably look at tips and see if there are any different ones that I could use. I got kind of like repeat tips on this collection. Usually I'd use the giant one for this, but it's too clunky for this specific operation. So we're using this little guy right here. I don't think I need to add solder to it, but I probably should just be polite and put a little bit of flux down. Be polite. I don't want to go in dry, since we are reworking this after all. I'm curious as to what we see underneath this shroud. It depends on what we see underneath, because we tried to resolder this and it didn't work because the stuff underneath is peeling up. Oh. Stay tuned. You'll find out. I don't even know right now. Oh, this isn't on. Derp. I don't even know. I wasn't given that information. The only possible... There may be a problem with this thing retaining all the heat. Or, sorry, cooling it down too fast for me to actually get it to pry up. I'm trying. I don't have anything that can grip this well enough and peel it up the way that I want to. I could try hot air here, but I don't think I'm going to need to. I don't really want to get hot air too close to this. I have no idea what these chips are, and they scare the shit out of me, so I got to be kind of careful. I should be doing this from the other side. I'm hearing the signature squeaking of solder that wants to give up. A little mechanical squeak of the grains rubbing against one another. You can do it. Okay. Stop telling me how to do my job. Gotta let that heat get in there. Probably like a 6 billion layer circuit board, so we've got a lot of via to get through. So wait a minute, hold on. I can't, hold on one sec. I can't read while doing this effectively. Maybe I should be doing this upside down so it just falls off. That's what happens typically with these things. I can feel it moving. Give me one sec. Why is this much solder used normally? What do you mean? Right now we're trying to get rid of this this metal can, and so that requires a bit of solder because we need enough solder to actually like retain all the heat. It needs to act as kind of like a heat well. This thing was under soldered. See, I don't have anything to grip on this. That's my problem. Can't even get this underneath. We can get just a little bit of force on this thing. Maybe the pin tool. Can I get that in there? A little bit. Might be able to do something with that. Problem is the underside of these holes are probably like leaking solder down. Hey, I do need just the big one. No. No, it does not. All right, let me just inspect what's going on here. Make sure we're not in the process of ruining anything. That looks okay. I mean, those are going to drip down, those two holes right there. Gotta be careful of that. This is what can happen to them. I don't know. People assume I'm just some DIYer that decided to turn on their webcam and just start doing this kind of stuff. But I'll tell you guys, I got more experience doing these things than I think you're aware of. I spent 10 years working at the technical center of the FBI. Like, I mean, anyway, it's fun. You guys are having fun. It's fine. Ooh, did I brush a washer off the desk? No, there it is. Okay, I need to keep all that stuff together. No, you don't need to police them. They're okay. They're all right. They're okay. They're okay. All right, so trying to just do what I was doing before. The problem with this is that I don't have a lot to grip. You're lucky, Chad. I'm not unleashing Fadanon upon you. Let me at him. I think I might need the big tip on this thing. Shit ain't moving at all. What's going on here? Is there another mechanism that's holding this thing on? Like something internal that I don't know about? I thought I'd be able to just remove this. There might be something else to this. In which case I'd have to just blast it with heat. Take a look again. Well, actually, can I see anything in here? It does appear to be something that's like looping in, but for the most part, I think this should just be a piece of metal that sits on top of the whole thing. And just provides it with the outer casing. Because, like, I could blast this with hot air and maybe the whole connector would come up at once. Fadanon's wiener dogs. They're adorable. I mean, I could add more chip quick, but I think that's going to get me in more trouble. Yeah, I need the connector. I want to put this back. Yeah, I need the connector. I may need a little bit more either heat or flux on this. I mean, I could rely on the hot air to melt the chip quick first, and that would free up a hand, or it would just make prying it a little bit more of a universal thing. Well, or maybe this is working. Oh, hold on. My hand just tried to fold itself apart. Because I gave that insulin, my glucose level's probably dropping, and as a result, I'm getting hand cramps. And so my index finger just tried to fold itself all the way backwards. I caught it before it was painful, but good old diabetes, always fucking with me. Fuck. All right, I'm using the big guy. I'm sick of this. I'm sick of this. If I break it, I got a new one in the mail. everybody wants to suggest getting one of those tweezer style soldering irons, and I'll tell you right now, they're not worth it unless you're reworking surface mount devices constantly in your job. It's not worth it to get any of that super specialty equipment. You can do everything you need to do with just a basic set, and this isn't even that bad. I don't know why everybody feels the need to weigh in on this. But yeah, there are pincer, like jeez, I gotta go to, I don't even have a camera where I can display this stuff. There are like pincer soldering irons, and they're basically two soldering iron tips that plug into the same receiver. You know, they're okay. It's just I've never seen one that wasn't collecting dust at a shop that I was working at. Like, they're just not that useful. Like, a solder pot takes too long to heat up. Pincer soldering irons just are not, they're more trouble than they're worth. Chip-specific soldering irons, more trouble than they're worth, unless you're reworking that stuff constantly, like all day. Compression gloves. No, this is, I mean, diabetics and muscle cramps are like, they go hand in hand. I do compression socks, and I guess I haven't had a proper like foot cramp in a while. You know, where your foot tries to do this and it can't. Ooh, those are fun. Usually I'll get calf cramps because I got giant calves because I'm a fat ass, and I have to sit with my foot like against something, and if I stop, it's just like, yeah, it's like, oh, that's painful. But anyway, what if I'm loading? I want to blow all my money. Yeah, exactly. I get plenty of potassium. Actually, maybe I've lost a lot of potassium because of all the liquids that I drink. But no, I think I get plenty of potassium. It's a diabetic thing, man. I'm telling you guys. You guys not believe anything that I say. Yeah, it's like the center of your foot wants to fold the whole thing. It's just like, fuck it, we're a hand now. And you're like, no. It's super painful. Why have you done this? Okay, I think I need to view this from my angle. Oh, there we go. There we go. And then it's starting to go. Fuck. Well, it kind of felt like it was going, but it's not. I may have to use hot air. What is still holding on? Are there pins on the sides? Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, we didn't really get into the... There's no through-hole pin on the side. Like, maybe I'm just not reaching all the way over to that. That isn't even connected, though. All right, let's try hot air. Hopefully I don't fuck everything up. There's only four holes on the other side of the board. But I really don't want to move any of this stuff around when I add all that soldering heat, you know? I got 4 things and then 2 locator holes. But these are for the camera housing. Looks like a big blob of solder. That's what it's supposed to look like. Come on. It's supposed to be a giant blob of solder. I'm wondering if maybe this particular connector does not... Oh, I see now. I see. This is what I get for going through this without an instruction manual or a reworking manual. I got to pry this thing up. This is what's holding it in right now. That's what I'm fighting. I'm trying to unclip it from that. Easy solution. Cut the large vein in my finger. That's how we solve things around here, is through bloodshed. Massive amounts of bloodshed. Listen, I wasn't putting that much force into it. Because, you know, even though they are through holes, you'll need a little bit of force. I wasn't totally wrenching it. I was just kind of moving it back and forth. It wasn't good for it, but it's fine. You guys will just see most of this knife go into my finger. Not all of it. I gotta get under that edge. Can't seem to get under there. Ooh. Well, that's why I moved my hand position. Okay, now we should be able to remove this thing pretty easily. I hope. Ooh, man, I think I just touched all that dust up against the sensor. Ugh. I don't want to have to take acetone out to clean that thing. I don't have lens cloth. I never bought a lens cloth after the other stream. Even with lens cloth, it's probably going to be impossible to get that sensor back into the state where we started from, which is just reality that we got to deal with. From there, this side. This is just forensic at this point. Yep, there it is. That was the problem all along. Now I got to get rid of the chip quick because it's covering everything that we need to see. All the stuff that we were supposed to see is now covered in chip quick. Wonder bar. All right. Solder braid. Check. Flux. Check. Those holes are going to be difficult. I'm going to have to get them from the other side. I think part of the connector geometry is covering this over too. I'm going to make sure that I don't pick up anything I'm not supposed to. Where are the pins? There are some of the pins. Holy hell. How are you supposed to solder this thing? Does more of the connector come up? Yeah, unseat something? Well, we can at least take a look at the pins from that little window right there. So I need this to be at an angle, so I gotta prop it up on something. Where am I propping it up? My temperature tower? Yeah, it actually worked. Guys, I know what I'm doing. Fuck. Chipquick is weird to get off of stuff. It doesn't like cooperating like normal solder. All right, I got to find out where the focus is. You open the aperture a little bit. There has to be a way to go like a level deeper on this connector. Okay. So aside from a little scunginess right there, yeah, it looks like it's just a victim of the cold weld. So we can fix that. We can fix that easily. You guys are giving me crap for my measurement system now? Are you that dry of material? You guys need like an evaluation or something. Like the oldest thing in the book. Oh ho, look at this one. He's not using kilometers to measure the temperature. All right. Cool. So can I take this apart anymore? Because it feels like this doesn't feel like a proper way to assemble your connector. I don't really feel right. Look at that. It's by the grace of the gods that I had any of these connected in the first place. So weird. So yeah, I think over time, these probably worked themselves apart. That is amazing, though. What the hell were they doing over there? What's the dog doing? right, hold on. I'm a little higher up than I normally am with this. And if you know anything about me, you already know my opinions on measurement systems. You don't need to sit here in my chat and tell me that he's not using the right measurement systems. It's so stupid. I'm just tired. I'm just tired of it, you know? Literally nobody is arguing like that point at all. Like, it's ridiculous. So whatever. Anyway, I got to get that solder out of there. There's a lot of it, but you can see the problem is on these pins as well. Not as much. These are the ones that stayed down. So I don't really know how to do anything else with this connector. I think it's made this way. It's just really a really annoying design for a connector. These right angle USB-Cs. At least it does have some anchor points, but I mean, what I could do is get in there with hot air, but I don't really think that's necessary. But I can't really like drag solder these pins as easily. So I think I'm going to do it individually, pin by pin, with the iron, which means I got to get a different angle on this thing, which is difficult at best. So I'm going to clean up well, we don't need to clean it up yet. Let's see. So this goes deeper and deeper and deeper. Yeah, through hole in those, but then they couldn't do that with this design because of the location of the sensor. I guess maybe they could have, because they do have space underneath this. Get in there like that. I'll need a finer tip so that I don't ruin everything. I'll use one with maybe not with the heater. Well, might as well. I'll try to get as much heat as I can into this thing. How small is this actually? It's a USB-C socket. All right, let's see. I don't know if you don't have any USB-C on you. I don't know what other objects you're familiar with. I don't know what other objects are gonna pique your interest in terms of getting a good size relation to this thing. Hold on, I gotta put all the iron tips away so I don't burn myself. That's something that's happened before. All right, sink a soldering iron tip into the side of my arm. All right, where'd my braid go? Oh, that's what fell on the floor. Damn it. Yeah, and all those little chips down there are like a millimeter or two. Hold on. Okay. I'm a little sick today, so I'm not feeling too energetic right now, but I'll be all right. Let's cut the end of that. So I have nice new solder braid to mess with. Yeah, maybe you're familiar with millimeters. So each of these is about 1 millimeter by 2 or so. Or no, those are, sorry, approximately 1 millimeter by 2. A little bit different in size, but that's what you get. And here's the ruler. I don't got no bananas for scale. All right, let's try to I'm gonna try to free up this area and clean it up a little bit by removing some of the solder. I gotta get the chip quick out of like the through hole. I don't know if that's gonna go so well. I gotta be careful about all the surrounding electronics. All these little filters. See, I gotta open that up completely, which is possibly one of the most annoying things that you can ever do in soldering. And this is on an unprecedented small scale. This is very, very small. I mean, people be like, use hot air, but hot air is going to blow away all of these electronics. So Yeah, this is like, if your webcam goes out, this is why you have spares, and I should have had a spare for this one. I didn't know they were only 150 bucks. I would have spent that money earlier, and then we would have just basically thrown away this one. Just throw it in the bin. Who cares? Oh, that one's completely open. That's nice. Oh, there's one that I don't have to do. Man, these are a bitch. These are very difficult. Or at least it's not Elden Ring. Oh my god. I can't believe my webcam decided that this is the time. It's like, here I go. Yeah, I'm gonna add a little bit of solder to it, and then the solder sucker may be able to fully express this. Because we got like a chip quick alloy going on here. Damn it. The lack of depth sensing. See, I actually use all the cameras when I do this stuff. So this thing is just particularly tall. Having the view of my hands is actually really good. Both of those things happen, yeah. Both of those happen. You can have parts that get blown away by the hot air station, and you can have parts fall off the other side of the board. I like to avoid both of those. Damn it, that looked like it worked, but it didn't. Ugh, my lack of ability to see stuff is hurting today's stream. That didn't suck at all. What are you doing out here? You got time to lean, you got time to suck solder. Come on. What's going on here? I guess I can't get like a good seal around that. But I'm like, I don't know, this thing has never fought me like this before. This stuff is just a lot smaller. It changes the way all of your tools function. You guys paying any attention? All right. Try doing the thing you just tried. Try to get as much heat on it as possible. And in turn, all of it didn't wick away. A little bit from the other side probably wouldn't hurt. What's the other side look like? A complete fucking disaster. Well, that makes more sense now. Just scoop up all that excess. Let's try it over here. Get all that heat on there. Hopefully it'll encourage stuff to flow into the braid. But not really, because it is chip quick in there, and the chip quick doesn't flow like solder flows. It's more sticky, and so in vias it's particularly annoying. But I can sort of swing the scale back over to the alloy that I like by adding more solder. If I can get my hands to go in the right position to hold all this stuff. And again, you guys don't get a hand cam because this is the hand cam. Oh dear God, what just happened there? Come on, give me this back. What is that? That's what's killing me right now. The tip isn't holding solder. Hold on, let's see. Yeah, I need to do a little tinning on this. just wait, and then there we go. Okay. All right, then we can braid the rest of that out. Now for the two inner holes, I don't think I can do this with that, so I don't know what I'm going to do there. I can't believe those pins. Those pins are in real bad shape. Twitch did banner ads? Really? It's kind of shitty. Hey guys, what if we put ads up in people's faces like all the time? That'd be great, right? And then we could make more revenue, even though we've got billions of dollars in reserve because we're such a popular stream. Or we're such a popular platform. Oh my god, I'm getting angry at this thing. This is one of those issues that I run into all the time where the hole does not want to let go of the solder. It's a surface area, it's a surface tension kind of thing that you got to deal with. My patience is thin. This is one of those. I'm having so much depth of field issues right now. God, I'm gonna run into a wall after stream. Pins and needles? Really? It shrinks the video player to show the ad below. What? Well, if they're replacing video ads, but you know they're not, they're using it because people keep blocking video ads. Because they, I don't know, you know, line goes up. Stonks always get, it's like, God, unsustainable profit growth from these big companies that don't really understand. Please, please work. God damn it. God damn it. God damn you, Cypher. I thought that little in window was supposed to be where the video ads came from instead of taking over your entire fucking screen. You know, the little one that can open over chat. Oh, that's where it was supposed to be. You guys can see how stiff I am when I work on this stuff. This is a little bit of a reveal for you guys. You actually get to see how the sausage is made. It turns out it's made out of sausage. I need a better way of cleaning out these little vias, and I don't really know a good one. Chat is just full of dumb ideas, so I don't trust them as far as I can throw them. And they're all giant meaty people, so I can't really throw them at all. I personally regret telling YouTube about where all the fun places to put ads are. Yeah, there you go. Solder sucker on one side of the board. Yeah. Iron on the other. I have trouble lining that up. I'm gonna get more seltzer and just take a minute to let my anger subside a little bit. I'm getting kind of angy at what I'm trying to do right now. I don't have like a sewing needle or something. You know, you can get gauges that are like exactly the width of that thing, but that's not really a soldering thing. There's got to be a better way. I feel your anger. Yeah, it's a sustainable source of perturbation. There's a word. Is that a word? I think it's a word. Learned anything about watching Mr. Sausage? Sausage really has sausage in it. I don't know, man. I got some sausage. Yeah, Mr. Sausage is one of those cool channels. I think it was a Critical. Somebody told Critical about him. Like, guy just makes sausage like out of everything. Drilling it out without destroying it. You need just the right drill bit, and it would need to be just in the center, and that's not really not that sustainable, you know? The ways that I'm doing it are pretty much the ways you do it. It just, you know, it's tough. It's just tough. That was 10 years ago. Oh my God. I don't know. I don't mind a banner ad. I don't mind a banner ad. But I don't like the addition of ads to a platform where it's more like, you know, you guys are paying for the content here, which was the deal. That's what we originally all found Twitch for. Oh, cool. There's this amateur video platform where people kind of just do their thing. You get to watch it. If that thing is video games, then yeah, people got great personalities for playing video games with. It's just like hanging out with your buddies. Or they're doing something else. Arts and crafts. They're sitting in a hot tub. Doesn't matter. People doing fun stuff. Hey, I'll support that. I'll throw them $5. And then Twitch takes about half of it, which is ridiculous. But whatever. You know, I wouldn't have a platform were it not for them, so can't exactly bash the amount of money that they're taking. Their platform is very important to my broadcasting. But then they start muddying the waters with all these ads. We were like TV 2.0 for a little while there, right? We didn't have to have a popcorn advertisement every 45 seconds. I'm on my phone right now, which means I pay for ads to load. Ugh. They're using up your gigabytes. Yeah, bandwidth caps on internet services are also very annoying. Weren't supposed to have those. We started getting cable modems, and we actually got good data to come through. Everybody wants you to stream and, you know, use up all this data, and now they're starting to divvy that up and conquer it, make us pay all the money for it. I was here before it was Twitch. Oh yeah, I never found Justin TV was never a thing that I think I knew of it, but I didn't really know much about it. It was just some guy broadcasting his life, right? And yeah, eventually it turned into Twitch. I found Twitch through Twitch Plays Pokemon, which I thought was a really interesting social experiment. God fucking damn it, I can't get this thing. It's more funny when you don't see my face if I do that gag. Ridiculous to take half of that. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, 50% of all the money that funnels into Twitch from hundreds of thousands of people is not enough, apparently, to sustain their platform. I don't believe that for one fucking second. God damn it. Ba 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 ba. Jenny TV? I wasn't around for that. I was probably in college during those days, huh? God damn it. Okay, man, this is supposed to be more exciting, by the way. This is supposed to be us fixing my webcam in a clever and interesting way. But I'm getting sidelined by these fucking VIAs that just don't want to cooperate. It's part of the problem is that these take a lot of heat to get all the heat in there because they're all on the ground plane. They take a lot of heat and then they don't like to wick as much. So I think what I want to do is I want to add more flux to this. Add more flux till we all get cancer. This one was kind enough to just be exposed immediately. I'm happy with that one, but these other three are really going to mess with me. And we need to get through this in order to get to those pins. I must reach these pins. I don't know if there's a way to expose them any more than this with this connector. You know, more breakaway stuff or what? You can do it. Come on. Fuck. See, and then as soon as it recedes like that, I can't get heat in there. Yeah, why would you watch somebody else play a game? And now it's like, I can't wait for this person to play this game. It's weird the times change. But then again, you know, it's like the other generations, the other people more critical of the platform are like, why would you ever do that? And then they sit down and watch like a hockey game. Why would you watch other people play a game? It's like, because it's human nature? I don't know. We've been doing it since the Stone Ages, man. This is just the work from home version of watching somebody play a game. All right. You fucking little... Okay. Redirect the anger into something positive, like more anger. Is this connector actually cracked? I'm wondering about this line here. Maybe this is the part of the root cause. I don't think so. That crack right there. Is that part of the housing? I don't know how to work with these things. Part of the housing or not? I do not know. I don't think I'm going to be able to get more of the shroud out of here. Would be nice though, but it would be like I'd have to pull apart that metal piece that's on the outside. This vise has got weird dimensions, so. If I can pick that metal off, if that comes towards us, maybe that'll release some of the plastic and I'll have more room to work. Let me try it. Just like that. And I'll get the pin tool over here. I'll see if I can, well, actually, I think the knife has a smaller operating end. Uh-huh. Well, okay. Now we know. That didn't put up any fight at all. We got more complexity to this fucking thing. The other piece of code's over here, okay. I didn't expect that at all. Okay, let's keep looking. Keep looking. I think I can get more of this connector out of here. Maybe not. No, that's all one piece of molding. I'm molding right now is what I'm doing. Looks greasy because of all the flux. Greasy as frig. Yeah, that's not going anywhere. All right, so we got to leave that alone, and I need to clean up around it. God, that is it's so frustrating. Maybe if I use one of the really tiny iron tips and then I use the solder sucker, I'll have better luck, because the tiny tip will get in there without breaking the seal, and then the solder sucker... There's tape on the other side of these, though. That's why the braid is really superior here. But the braid, you need like a miracle for the braid to actually effectively get all of the solder out of the via. So what am I doing? I'm getting flux. So what we'll be able to do is I'll be able to use one of the tiny, tiny, tiny soldering iron tips to get into those pins and just wipe across them. We're going to need a lot of flux there, but I'll be able to wipe across them and get them all soldered in again. And the can goes back down, and hopefully everything survives from there, because I don't have the patience for much else. And a new webcam gets here tomorrow morning. I have to do blood tests tomorrow, so stream might be a little bit late. I don't think it'll be that late, though. I'll probably end up going and getting blood drawn, then getting lunch, and then I'll be in here. I'll be on Discord, of course. You guys know how to reach me. I won't be out of communicado. I see a little bit of orange at the bottom of that, so maybe that one actually worked. I just got to be careful of these components. I don't want to upset them at all. They're very sensitive to change. Hey, my Discord's for everybody. It's not just subs. We just, you know, we just don't look favorably on the people who decided not to pay me money. They're animals. Hey, that one actually cooperated. What the hell? It's just this one that's being a friggin' jerk. Why are you being such a jerk? I'll put, like, just inject it with flux. Here, take all the flux, you little bastard. Bon appetit. I'll try to get in here at an angle like I did with the other ones. Bon appetit, my friend. You'll be dining with the fishes tonight. Give me the solder. Give me the solder. What's wrong with you? What the? It look like on the other side. Not so bad. Do it like that, but I crush it. It's being such a jerk. I didn't ask for this. The other ones did just fine. Maybe it's because I put a piece of Captain tape on them. Maybe if I grab this piece of Captain tape here and put it under, maybe it'll work better. It did for those other two. I'm willing to try anything at this point. Getting too bored of watching myself struggle with this. Okay, that tape is no longer tape. It's just it's just the embodiment of annoyance. Hold on. I may have pressed on the Captain tape that's over the lens. I'm a little concerned about that. I did scratch this microscope camera has a scratch on it from exactly the same thing. Me covering the sensor in Captain and then having that covering come off. Or sorry, get pressed onto it. Maybe I could do that. I shouldn't need to, though. It should, you know, the whole thing. All right, let's do this. So with the Captain tape on the other side here, I can actually just apply a bunch of solder to this. That'll allow me to get heat in there. So I'll heat it up good. Let it get all the way in there. Everybody's nice and warm. Then I can take the solder braid and come in like I did with the other ones. This may be the new technique, is to put a little piece of Captain tape on the other side. If this reliably works right now, I'll be pretty happy. It's really not working, is it? What the hell? All right. More of this. Then I come in and get rid of it all. We'll get rid of it all. All of it's got to go. Iron's still on, right? Yeah. I was like struggling to even heat this. What's going on? I didn't ask for this. Oh, it's like struggling to heat it. I don't know what the deal is suddenly. Suddenly, like, I can't solder in this location. I don't understand. I don't know what's going on here. Something has happened. Some ancient magics have been activated. Try again. There's a flat spot, and there it is. No, I don't. I only have the one size. Hello? This is not behaving well. Ah, oh, damn it. Well, there it worked, but it didn't actually pick up any of the stuff. It still isn't coring out the via like I want it to. Look at that. Ah, you bastard of all. This one, just this one. All the other ones are fine. This one is just putting up so much of a fight. I don't really get it. Sure there's a good seal behind it. Yeah, Sophia has it out for me, man. I don't know. The sucker doesn't work. I tried it. Already tried it. Already tried it already. Be all right. We'll be all right. We'll get this one. Don't you worry, chat. Don't you worry. Now, I shouldn't be applying it directly to the iron, but there's just not enough area for me to work. What was that? What was that? What just happened? You take that solder, wipe it off. Damn it. I didn't mean to do that. All right. Come in here, place this on the hole, near the hole, around the via. Let it heat up a little bit. Technically, I should be heating up the via, but there's no material to interface with there. See, and then it suddenly took it all. So now I'm just going to keep it hot for a little bit. I have a feeling it's like part of the whole problem with this thing is that everything is cold welded. So I think we're still dealing with cold welding. All right, nice and hot. Bug assault, no. All right, try this again. My precious, expensive Brio webcam. I really did see these going for $500 on the internet at the height of the pandemic. I don't know, for like super rich people that wanted to get 4K for their 4K through whatever it was called. What was that app called? I forgot it suddenly. July 2021 for retail, yeah. I mean, they're pretty good cams. It's just I don't know. I don't need the face sensor. They're actually gonna be removing it. We've removed the face sensor. It's not going back into this. Ah, God, this is frustrating. I don't know if it's a ground thing. Zoom, that's the word I was looking for. I haven't tried poking a hole through it. I mean, I guess I could get some wire wrap wire. We were supposed to be building a circuit board today with this stuff, but whatever. So I'll get a little piece of wire wrap wire. Cut it with something. Use this. A little piece of wire wrap wire. Try poking it through. One of the main things that I hear from people who see the shop in person, who've seen it online, is how small everything is compared to what they're used to seeing. All these webcams pretty much put your face like direct front and center to all the things that are going on in here. And yeah, things are a lot smaller than I think you guys give everything credit for being. So like when something is a challenge to me, it is very, very, very challenging because things are a lot smaller than you think. Yeah, maybe I'll poke out a chunk of it when I poke through. That's interesting. Yeah, I'm a tiny man. I'm very small. Very tiny man. No, I'm actually as average as they get. I'm completely and 100% average in every way. What in the fuck is going on? Like, I can't even poke through. I can't even poke through. I can't even do that. It's not even gonna do me the justice of allowing me to poke through it. Why? I think maybe there's like an end of the connector in here. You know, I think that might be it. Part of the connectors in there, because this keeps folding as soon as it starts. No, I don't remember that. I don't know what that is. I do not remember. There we go. No, maybe that wasn't it. Oh, is that way you talking about that bridge website? Is that the reference? Got my glucose level dropped, so I'm like hungry now. Ugh. Yeah, I mean I could grab it lower with tweezers, but we're done that now. We're done with that. Wire's like heating up on me too. Only the wire acted as sort of a rudimentary solder braid. Now we're back in square one. Square one, which is where everything is just kind of stuck. It's just surface tension. What's up with my braid? My braid, oh, I have very little left. That's why. When you get to the end of these reels, they just kind of like tie up on themselves. Yeah, plumbing snake. Nope, we're not giving up here. That's one thing I don't do. I get results, chat. You know this. In spite of the weird train of suggestions that I get from chat, in spite of my knowing what I'm doing, we don't give up. We get results. Yeah. Now 10 grand in billable hours. I know. That's not the kind of shop that I'm running, though. Geez, if I were charging by the hour for this, it would be a time to just, you know, it's one pad, so I could drop the shroud over top of it. I could just drop the shroud over top of this thing with that solder heated up. And we wait. And we wait. We wait. And then I pull. And then we wait. And I pull a little bit. And we wait. Probably not even over it anymore. Nope. Did the same fucking thing again. Oh, why have you forsaken me? Like all the rubbing that I'm doing in that area is starting to damage it. We'll try the two sides thing, but for that I need to actually like hunker down and look at this thing closely, so you guys aren't going to get a very good visual. I'll add solder to it. I'll put the chip quick away too. I don't know what the deal is with this thing. It's just being a jerk. You know, sometimes that happens. It's just being a dick. Father, why? How do you Twitch stream? Why do you have so much patience? Yeah. Where did the cap for the chip? There it is. Okay. I'll put this away. This is making me angry. Sorry. We'll get there. We'll get there. All right. So now I actually have to get in there. Okay. You guys aren't really going to see me on the other camera. I can barely see what I'm doing. Oh, there's like a shit ton of solder on the other side. Go figure. Oh, no, there wasn't. Wait, is this the right hole? Yeah, it is. No, wait. Yeah, it is the right hole. Okay. Just gotta make sure that I don't undo some work that I've already done. There you go. There's your view. You guys have just the most original jokes. The most. Yeah. Yeah, part of the problem is heat's not getting into it. Iron's on. Because like I can't get the solder to actually have an effect on the other side. I thought I was holding it there for a long time, but I think it's wicking away very quickly from this hole. That or I don't have enough of an interface. If I do a little bit of that, hold on. Get a little bit on the tip there, just so I have something to carry the heat in. Come on, Bubby. You can do it. Apparently, no, you can't do it. What the hell? What is going on with this thing? Jeez. Just a simple USB repair. Well, this would be part of the problem I have with using hot air to do any of this. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not getting paid by the hour for this. I'm having a lot of trouble getting heat into this, and that might be a flux issue. Because yeah, nothing is happening on the other side of the via, so we do more flux. More flux. Sploosh the whole area. We've got harder stuff to solder in a minute here. I might have to use hot air for the connector. I don't really see a feasible way that I can flow that solder without using hot air. How does that look? Oh, dear God, finally. Man, that was a... And then I go in with the braid, and it seals over again. I told you guys I'd get it done. Do I lie to you, chat? I don't lie to you. All right. How am I going to reach these pins? These are the ones that were moving around. The ones on the other side. Wow, this thing's warm. I guess we were near the processor heatsink. Why they have a processor that requires a heatsink on this thing is beyond my comprehension, but I didn't build it. I only service it. It looks like it's entirely the one row of pins, which because of the dimensions of my vise, I have to keep refocusing everything. But these guys right there, that's the problem. And it doesn't look like it lifted the pads. I see stuff on the pads, so I think it's okay. So I wonder, hot air, or I can get an iron that is small enough to get in there. Yeah, that's the only problem is I can't remove any more of this plastic. This is a pretty evil type of USB socket. One of the things I could do is just get hot air on it and just keep the hot air moving over it again and again and again until it flows. That would be the way you'd remove the connector as well if I wanted to remove the whole connector. Probably would want to put tape around everything, or and try to go as small as possible with my soldering iron, which is what I'll end up doing. So I'm going to flip this up like this on this end of the vise. I should probably put a little something under this part just to prop it. What do I got to prop with? I got the camera parts. Probably shouldn't be using those parts in order to prop it up. What else do I have? The heatsink will work. Yeah, so those are the root of the problem right there. Let's get to it. I gotta stand up. Brr. Gonna stretch my legs a little bit there. All right. Shitty soldering coming back to bite me. My other problem with hot air is that I never know when it's ready to like work. And so I'd end up flowing over this so much, and it would probably in the end like just fall off, or a bunch of components around it would fall off. Everybody kind of thinks hot air is like a lightsaber and it's able to just like do the magical work that you need done, but it's more of a shotgun than it is a rifle. I mean, I guess I do have other tips where I could put a finer point on the air that I'm spraying, but you know, reflowing would also be good. But that's why we have needle-tipped irons. All right. I gotta get comfortable. Comfortable! I don't really have flux in this game. I guess there's flux around it. Let's just try to get at some of these. I'm so gonna poke my finger with a soldering iron today. Steady as she goes. I've already poked the plastic, huh? Yeah, it's gonna get a little chewed up, isn't it? Gotta be really careful. I don't have a lot of like room to work here. You even work here? Looks like that did it. Huh. I do have a thermal camera. It's just usually sits on this camera. I could plug that in and use it separately in a little window, but yeah, this is the needle tip. I haven't had much opportunity to use it. This would be the first official, well, no, it was this, and there was another like super duper surface mount thing that I did with this one. This is a good tip. I like this tip. You gotta be careful with these tips because you end up using them for like everything. And then when I use the not Brillo, but the when I use that sponge, the dry sponge, this tip will end up getting damaged by it every time I use it. It's like a $2 tip. These are $4. Yeah, that paste station has a certain system of tips, and they're good. You can just replace it straight up. Okay, let's not do that. The lack of depth of field is really killing me here. Ooh, just brushed my finger with that. Okay, there's still these, and then that one right there. This one right here. Fuck. Careful. I don't want to add solder because it's so cursed. Might have to with that. I've almost got them, but all right. I have to hold my breath when I'm doing that. I have to stay very still when I'm operating that close. Or sorry, in that close of quarters, I should say. I'm actually like stiffening my upper body and making sure to control my breathing and everything like that, because everything moves around, right? Okay, so I don't have good hand rests for this. Kind of trying to steady my hands on stuff. All right, there. I'm putting my like the pad of my hand on part of the vise in order to hold my soldering iron steady. Steady hands. Spend time with the genitals. So if we had any genital names get killed, Anybody have alt accounts with genitalia getting banned? Fear every day for flatulent gonad. This is like a medical term. Where's my iron? Where's my iron? There it is. Okay. Oh, I think that was close to a bridge. I think we got a bridge right there. Yeah, you can probably track my heartbeat with the movement. At least the camera's not wiggling about. Well, you can change the precision of the surgical robot, right? Or do you don't mean the doctors causing the problem with their heartbeat? I don't see anybody lifting. Oh no, wait, we're still hiking a leg up. Oh yeah, with the patient moving. Yep. I thought you meant the doctor's hand shaking. I was like, but they could go 1 to 2. Half the resolution, double the fun. On the end? On your end? No, it looks like that's okay. I want to get closer though. Okay, apparently I can't get that close. The optics are kind of complicated for this setup. Okay, that one pin does not look soldered. 2 pins, 3 pins? 3 pins. Really don't want to add solder to this. Don't make me do it. I would like to finish today with a functional brio. Fate is going to intervene and make this a pain in my ass. Okay, pin tool, flux for a precision application. Just a little tiny bit of flux. Little tiny bit of tacky flux. Tackiest of fluxes out there. It looks like it's still gonna shmoo all over this thing. It's fine though. It's fine. We've already chewed up part of the plastic here. I'm probably gonna have to I might not have to cut that, but no, no, nope, no, 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 they don't. What I'm not just looking at the legs wiggling. I'm looking at how they separate from the pad. It should absolutely not separate from the pad. See how I got some of them to not do that. That's what our goal is here. That's why I may need to use hot air. Oh God, just melt the whole thing. Just melt all the plastic, that's fine. You can see. Can't even see properly anymore. I'm gonna try to hold it like this. That means I need more stuff. Can't see the pins if I'm at that angle, and if I'm at this angle, it's too tall. All right, one thing at a time. One thing at a time. I don't know if I can hold it at this much of an angle without getting the other vise in here. But I do need this view. Yeah, look at that. You can see which ones are loose almost immediately. All right, I guess we'll just keep it at the angle that the heatsink provided. don't have much of a choice here. I fear that I need to involve hot air in this. I fear that hot air needs to be involved. I don't think I'm getting the soldering iron deep enough. I'll try one more time, but it's a little bit too close of an operation. I'll try to get it in focus for you guys. Kind of wanted a higher angle because then you guys could observe exactly what's going on. Pleased to be soldering. Hello? Are you warm enough? What's going on here? My other fear is that I'm lifting the pad. Ouch, I could definitely feel the heat of that one. Oh no, that fixed it. All right. So just the two ends, I guess. I think those are like grounds. I mean, I see the light changing on that a little bit, but I don't think it's lifting the pin. I think it's just this. I don't even think that's... Should that be soldered? Well, I don't want to solder that because I still want this thing to flex a little bit so that I can see which ones of these aren't connected. Looks like the middle one is still giving me a bit of trouble. Yeah, I wish I could get solder in there more controllably. God, it's like the ugliest grill. Blech. Come in from... That's getting in danger of burning myself if I swing the iron around too much. And that fuzzy object that's coming in and out of view is my hand, trying to keep a stable hold on this thing. I need to angle up, so I need to be out of the way of the camera in order to have you guys able to observe this. Here, maybe if I do that, that'll help. Everything's blurry now because now it's out of the focal point. Oh my God. All right, hold on. I can't get an angle on this thing. All right, hold on. I need to see it that close up, but this needs to be lifted a little bit because it's at its maximum closeness when I lower it all the way. That one's moving. You got that one back down. And the one on the end, it kind of looks like it's moving, but I don't think it is. Yeah, I don't think the one on the end is moving. All right, we just need to get that one. Which means I need to angle this a little bit so that the iron can fit basically down this corridor. Wait, what was that? Runecar did something that I missed. I missed something. What'd you do? You cheered a couple bits. Thank you, Runecar. Appreciate that. What else has been going on? Everything over here is like 2 days ago. Okay, good. All right, sorry, had to keep up. Had to keep up. All right, let me try to get in here. I gotta like hold this in a weird angle. I'm heating that one pin all the way on the end. So I'm actually holding this up from the desk. Oh, God. The vice is getting in the way. This is really annoying. Oh, buddy. Come on. I feel like hot air would have probably been a better idea. There. That should actually be soldered in now. So if I tilt this backwards, still the pins are out of focus. You do anything right today. All right. Good. All right, those are in. What's the other end look like? Do I dare look at it? Ugh. I dare look at it. Okay, I gotta take it out of the vise. That's getting annoying. Oops, I just brushed the image sensor again. I'm trying to hold it still while I rock it, but the ones on the ends look kind of bad, huh? Let's get closer. Let's get like way closer. Let's make this huge. Way, way closer. Because it's the only camera we have. One's on the ends. And that's it. It's just those two on the ends. Okay. Maybe that's why it didn't function, because all 4 of the end pins were shook. Those are just ground pins? Huh. Well, they were shook. Everything's blurry. I don't like it. Everything I see is blurry. Now I'm trying to get an angle on the iron while also filming it. And my throat's dry from all the talking that I've been doing. I don't really know if that, I don't think that did it. Did not. What's the other one looking like? That one's not moving. This one is, though. Buddy next door is not. Okay. One more to solder, and then we got to piece this whole thing back together. The broken pieces of our lives. A little flux would be good, but I think I can do without. Fuck. Oh no. Chat. What did I do? Okay, it doesn't look like I'm... Hold on. My voice is gonna cut out in just a second here. Ugh. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Like your vocal cords, they start to like stick to themselves. I think I totally beasted that pin. I think it's all fucked up. What is it doing now? Oh my god. All right. That is non-sanctioned. All right, let's gotta try to fix that. Always the last one, isn't it? This is the face cam. Sorry, this is the spring arm camera. The Logitech Brio, Celia. It shit the bed pretty hard today, and it's mostly because this wasn't soldered properly. I think I am probably only just out of the warranty period for it. It's been a very difficult operation, and I just majorly fucked it up. I just majorly fucked it up by releasing this ground pin into the world. So I'm desperately trying to pick up the pieces on this. but the solder was not good. It wasn't soldered in properly. I don't know if that's the pin or not. I kind of lost the pin. No, there was another pin. There's this ground pin all the way over here. What the hell? Where is this? Oh, God. Having a loose ground pin inside the fucking connector housing. How could this get more cursed? Here's a 10. Trying to find that pin because it like went away. You literally are at the computer. You could just look it up. Ooh, I think I might have just... No, that was just a piece of detritus. Detritus. What is that? What did I just bend? That might be the pin, or it could be a piece of plastic. I'm not really sure. Is that the dead pin, or is that... No, it's just a piece of plastic. Picked it up with static electricity. It's kind of cool. Or it could be a piece of the shattered pin. I think that's the pin that's laying down right now in the right spot. Yeah, it looks like it. Whew, I don't, yeah, that pin moved all over the place, like in ways that pins should not move. It's seen some shit. So I'm gonna get a little flux on the end of the pin tool now. Get all the help I can get. We'll try to get this one soldered, and then the shroud goes over this all, and we never have to think about it again. Hopefully that's good. Doesn't look pretty, but it doesn't have to. What a pain in the ass this connector is. Principally my ass. It feels like it's not heating anything up. Hold on. I mean, mostly because it's a ground pin and this is the needle tip iron. But I did get the other ones to solder, so I can just get some contact area on this thing. That is way too much solder on the end of the thing. Going in there with this giant camel hump of solder. Why is my iron like skipping around? I think it's the angle that I'm coming in at. This is so frustrating. This has been very frustrating. This whole day. This is supposed to be a nice and easy day. I'll call that soldered, but I also kind of want to do a continuity test between the pins because I don't know what the hell's going on right there. I'm going to do a continuity test between those two. I don't trust them. I can't go to another camera. I was instinctually going to the other camera to show you guys the multimeter stuff that I'm about to do, but I can't. until I fix my damn setup. Ah! This is a very expensive day, boys and girls out there in the internet land. I've been trying to save money because I just bought a fucking cell phone because AT&T decided that I wasn't allowed to have a cell phone anymore. All right, I guess I gotta use the scope for this because I can't quite see. So if I can use these like chopsticks. Oh my god, how am I gonna do this? Well, I could check this pin versus ground. I don't know where I can get a ground from other than on this connector, so we're gonna have to crab claw this thing. Do multiple things with one hand. Oh, Nate's. That sucks. Sorry to hear. Got a pipe burst. Ugh. Oh, god damn it. All right, come on. I have to hold the circuit board and make ground connection here. That's true. I do have those breakout boards. No, I don't need to involve a whole breakout board just for one operation. It's a struggle, and I'm explaining to you guys that it is. There, and then here. Oh well, sanity check, come over here. Gotta do a sanity check with stuff like this. Over here, over here. Please just stay on the thing. Oh god, that just distorted the... Did you see that? If I put too much pressure on this, it'll break off. I'm getting OL on both of them. What about if I just do this? Yeah, now I'm getting ohms. I'm getting OL, which doesn't fill me with confidence. If I plug this in and my stream goes down, you guys will know why. Here, I'm gonna go from here. And test. Ah, God. All right. Okay, I can do this. I can do this. There, I'll use one of the vias as ground. Ground to ground. Nothing. Via to via. Ohms. Ground to this pin. You guys sure these are grounds? Ground to this pin. Yeah, they're OL. Fourth pin in is VCC. 100K. 100K. I get nothing here, unless they've got like an isolated ground, which might be the case. I get 0.4 ohms over there. Yeah, it might be an isolated ground. What the hell? And I get OL for that pin. What? Isolating out the ground for some reason? That don't make no sense. What kind of a weird trick are they trying to play here? Well, let's go from that hole to the other one and see if there's continuity. It might just be like some weird thing that they didn't design for this. Hold on. We'll go from here. Oh, God. Everything about this is turning my hands into claws. All right, here. Everything is so small. To here. Still OL. Nothing. Well, it's either that or I didn't solder them. But they do seem soldered. That one's not soldered. God damn it. This is why we do continuity checks. So that one isn't connecting. This one isn't connecting. I already gave Chad a hard time for making those jokes. What? Did I just... Yeah, I made a solder bridge. Gotta be careful of that. So, all right. Is that one still wiggling? Looks like it is. Yeah, I think it is. Ay, ay, ay. All right. Try again. Oh, and then my insulin pump decides to beep at me just at that moment. I mean, I feel like hot air might help with this, but also you can see how easy it is to melt the connector housing. That is soldered. It has to be. Let's check. It just has to be. Okay, that's my hand. It's in the way. There's that. And then if I poke from the top, where's the other probe? Where did the other probe go? It's under my hand. Nothing. God damn it. All right. Check again. Just got to be careful. There we go. All right, that one's got continuity. This one does not. Does it have continuity to any pins that it shouldn't? 4M, 745, 27. That's OL at least, mercifully enough. So that pin is all kinds of fucked up. Whoever soldered this just now was a raging idiot, because it's all kinds of messed up in there. It's got like battle scars, but it also doesn't look like it's connecting to anywhere. It looks maybe like the pin fell off and we lost it in the mix, which would be good, because then I don't have to deal with it. It just means that maybe it'll be a little harder for it to get ground. But not much. How the fuck did the entire pin fall off, you know? All I did was beast it to the side a little bit, and then it just gave up. It just gave up. It just fell off. How cheap is this thing? God. Still feels like the rest of the pins back there. That tool's too big. Do I have any, like, finer needle points that I can really dig in there with? I have actual syringes that I could use. Yeah, that's my best bet. All right. I got a diabetes syringe. One of the big ones. That'll do. It's a little short, but it'll do. Oh, my legs. My legs are all asleep. Oh, I still got to reassemble this beast. What a, you know, yak shaving, you know? You know? What a cursed fucking stream. Just trying to peel away some of the plastic that I've melted over here and reveal the pad. More civilized way would probably be to take the entire connector out, clean everything, and then put it back in. But I didn't know what I was up against, really. I thought I'd be able to just get in here and kind of, you know, clean it out and everything. Yeah, there's just no pin. Look at that gap right there. There's just no pin. I wonder if that was because of all the flexing that the connector did. There's a little piece of schmutz. I'm going to get acetone in here and clean this out. And then we can reassemble the camera, I guess. I think that was part of the pin right there that dropped out. Oh yeah, I you know, I know where my bread's buttered. This will still work. It annoys me that that pin just like fucking ran. It just like ran away. It's just like, nah, I'm good. I'm out. Bye. It fucking pieced out. It's gone. Weird. I have a feeling it was flexing at that point in the back of it there, where we see there's no more pin. Because that's an odd place for it to break, and it's kind of like at a spot in between the plastic housing and then the foot. So, not a very serviceable part they've got here. Not exactly the most serviceable part. I have much more control with this syringe. The reason that I'm digging around in there like that is that I'm afraid there's a piece of pin in there that that's gonna give me a really bad time. If you think having a camera go out on you is bad, try having your whole USB bus short out inside of your camera. That is a bad time. That is a very bad time. Yeah, it looks like the pin just gave up on life and we didn't even see it. All right, so acetone. Let's get this thing clean. Move the camera out of claustrophobic mode. Now I'll get some swabs on this. Let's get the uncapped syringe off of the desk. Yeesh. Sharp spin. That was a dead eye, target locked, whatever. Bent upward into the connector. It looked like it was broken, but I might have done that. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, I gotta use more of the Q-tips that I hate. I really do. They're not paper products, so they're not gonna decompose. But it's made out of renewable plastic. Yeah, renewable plastic was a lie. That was a lie. That was a blatant lie. You get maybe 1 or 2 uses out of plastics, but not really. Especially not contaminated plastics. We're looking out for the future. We're using plastic. Nope. Turns out, nope. Oh, this bullshit petroleum product that we got surrounding us in our day-to-day. Actually really terrible for the environment. All right, and yeah, Q-tips, like, they might leave a little hairs behind, but anyway, I gotta use these up, so that's why I'm gonna use them. I'm gonna sit somewhere generating landfill. We might as well sit in actual landfill instead of my cabinet for 25 years. All right. And then I can't do another view because by the way, chat, the reason that we've got this weirdo setup where you can only see this almost 2-inch by 1-inch area is because the camera that is supposed to be filming my hands and stuff is the one that you're looking at in the microscope. The USB connector on it broke. Why did the USB connector on it broke? It broke because it was not held hot enough, long enough at the factory. The actual anchoring pins, those 4 little pins right there, those were not soldered. You would think they were, being that they were surrounded by solder, but they were not soldered. They were cold solder bond welded, whatever. Cold soldering, you know, the thing that you learn about initially from soldering, you know, the thing that my 8-year-old nephew has trouble with, cold soldering, the thing you train out of little kids so that they can work at a factory and solder things all day. That cold bonding is soldering 101, and it's something that a lot of these fucking idiots in production can't get right. And it took out a $150 webcam in a second because I bumped the cable. Now, typically, you're not going to be bumping the cable very much, right? You're not going to be bumping the cable very much. There was a little bit of flexure in the thing. That would be fine. But eventually, over time, what it did is it cracked all the solder on the pins. Whatever they did to solder this connector on, they screwed up. And they constantly, routinely screw this up. And I don't know why they do. Because you do everything you can in order to strain relieve things. Oh, my anger has made people flee. You do everything you can in order to strain relieve on these things. You try to make sure, because like USB-C is a good spec. They did a lot of work into the spec to make it good. Make it actually viable as a consumer product that, you know, the 800-pound gorilla in the room can operate without blowing up your electronics. This is where USB micro and mini failed, in that people started to make entirely surface mount versions of the plugs, and neglecting the fact that when somebody plugs it in, typically the user will get a fucking running start before they plug these things in. And so as such, these connectors are taking the brunt of these forces involved. Pump beeps at me once again. Oh my God. Oh, I'm gonna flip out at something soon. I'm so mad right now. You want to mess with a streamer, you mess with their setup. That's all there is to it. But yeah, people get a running start when they plug this shit in. And so as somebody designing the spec, as you know, somebody who's responsible for mitigating that harm, the previous editions of these plugs did not do a good job mitigating that force. Now, USB 1.0 and 2.0 spec for the regular, like USB, A connectors, they're fine. A and B are very strong connectors, and sometimes people would snap off the USB-A tongue. USB-B is an extremely strong plug, and I love it. But it's big. It's big for a lot of little tiny devices, like the stuff that, you know, consumers want these days. So they made C. They made C extremely powerful. It's able to do the type of communication that will allow your device to request a higher voltage, for instance. Cool stuff, and you can like quick charge off of that. There's more copper in it. There's more shielding on the pairs. There's more pairs. They added all the pairs to this thing. But this is a specification USB plug. It's got the shroud around it that has the through-hole connections, as well as the surface mount pins in the middle, and the surface mount pads even. The only thing that breaks off a spec for this one, the only reason this one isn't exactly spec, is there aren't 3 pads here. It would be one through hole, 3 surface mount, and then another through hole. They didn't do that. It's fine. It should be totally fine. It's just that they didn't bake it long enough in the factory, and that solder did not fully hardened. It didn't solder. It didn't flow over the devices properly. And so when that flexes, it was flexing the surface mount pins, and those broke off because they were subject to the same kind of cold weld. Arrangement of just surface mount with USB micro and mini is just not good. Yeah, plenty of surface mount only USB-Cs that can break off. That's the thing, is if you're making a device and you're going to be putting USB-C on it, at the very least you should have through holes that go like the shroud should have through holes. If you really want it to not completely die, like utterly completely die eventually, there are all through hole versions of these connectors, and so that one would have to be drop kicked in order for it to come off, and it will fail. But this one, like the surface mount hybrid ones, surface mount through hole hybrids, we saw like OctoJ's parents fucked one up by the little thingy just like got too big or something like that, and it broke the centerpiece. So this one can't really be done through hole because it's got, I mean, maybe it can, because it's got a little bit of leeway before it gets to that sensor. Just clean up my mess a little bit here. All right, let's get the shroud back over this thing. Then we can get out of claustrophobia cam. So I'm going to bend back the metal tabs. Use a fingernail on that. You guys can't see it. Like a secret stream where I do stuff that you guys can't see. Whoa, that was a wave of tiredness that just washed over me. Ugh, I feel like my eyes sinking back into my head. Oh man, I don't think I'm going to take a nap after stream, but I certainly will consider it. All right, hold that there. Get that on camera. See, what I don't want to do is crush this. Oh, there's that. And then the needle tip is not the good tip to be using now. Now we need the big one. We're doing the big dumb soldering. Maybe mid-size, maybe mid-size, maybe mid-size. We don't need all that much power, but I do want to get rid of all the schmutz that we've left on the outside of this one. I think this tip will do, though. Like choosing a hammer. Hello? I should have added the visual asthma tag if I knew I was going to be doing so much desoldering. Oh, it just collapsed. Yeah, that whole connector just... Look at that. Oh, well. I probably need the larger tip for this, to be honest, because nothing is happening right now, and I don't want to put pressure on it. More flux, more soldering iron, more everything. Moto, moto, moto. More. Okay, try this. Try this on for size. Nah, it's fine. It'll be fine. We can still use it. This stuff is not flowing for me. Hey, buddy. God damn it. See, I need something to actually like bond the two together so that that heat flows out, which is where flux can sometimes come in. Usually where solder takes the reins. And it seems like tomorrow we'll be getting to the 3D printer, huh? That means I got time to print out that part that I modified at the beginning of the stream. It's always nice. Hey, man, you wanna... What is happening here? Oh, my iron isn't even on. Son of a bitch! It went into the safety mode because I switched tips on it twice and I was like, I don't know what's going on. I'm just gonna turn off. It's not helping. It's like chat. Not helping. Come on. Like I said, chip quick doesn't flow. You kind of have to drag it away. I don't want a lot of excess solder on these. All right, I think that's good. Yeah, welcome to my webcam fixing stream. The stream that nobody asked for and I didn't want. This is going to be too hot to touch, isn't it? Owie, 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 owie. That's not so bad. That one's just a little discombobulated. We'll get the solder away from this side and then we can see if we need to fix that or not. Who's that? I like the spinning emote. I might have to do the yay spin. Might have to make that one. I think Twitch has integrated tools, so I can probably make that in a couple clicks on the site. But I do want to come up with some original animations, not just like generative stuff. Aw Shake is probably one that we need to get. And that's, again, one that can just be generated. All right, like that. Now I got to correct this thing. So I think a pair of tweezers or pliers will do it. This is where I'd switch cameras if I had one. I do need to come up with a bother pog that doesn't look like ass. All these pogs look like ass. They look bad and people should feel bad for having and they're using them. I could actually put a little bit of solder on this to correct it, but actually the tweezers did the job. So all I did was fit that metal back together with something flat. You guys will never know how awesome I am at this. All right, and then this goes back around our little buddy over here. I don't think the direction matters. I'll do it inboard. So that little tower just clicks right onto the plastic, like so. And then I solder it down and nobody will have known that anything happened here at all. This one's a little bent, but I don't think I'll be able to correct that though. Yeah, these are all these, they all shake the same way. You see the movement of the shaking? Not so much with the, yeah, not so much with that one, but yeah, I don't know. You pick up on these things if you end up doing all of your own graphics for your show. I can't take all the credit. The ones we have in Discord, I think they were done by Shorty. The shortiest of lurkers. But then, hold on. All of my emotes are just stolen Google blobs. That's how I decided to do it. Just steal some Google blobs. Emoji war. It's whatever, it's your chat. I'm not the one ruining it. All right, I got to get real close in on this, I think, to solder it, because I got to view it from the side. Oh yeah, the eyebrows one we should probably get to. It's not a bad one. I need to correct the eyes on that. It's so derpy. My head getting in the way? No, all right. Doing this with Mark 1 eyeballs. Okay, are you soldering today or what? Go. I should probably use my own magnifier. I guess I could do it. I can do it from the angle like this. That's okay. I'm gonna bend that. This is bugging me. That might not be correctable. It's a little weird, right? Like clicks into place, but then it doesn't move any further. So I can't actually correct the metal. You guys, I'm up in front of like 96 people and you're asking me like these questions. Like, man. Ah, hand cramp again. I guess I can't correct that. That's really annoying. It'll just be like that. It's just off by a little bit. I could push it back into place and then, ah, look at that. Yeah, hold on. I could probably push it back into place and then put like a bead of solder on it, but oh, it'll work. It'll work. I never mess up. I don't make mistakes. I don't think you understand. I gotta keep teaching you this lesson, chat. All right, then I gotta get a tall angle on this, so I'm propping up my wrist. And just get barely behind there, heat up the right thing. Come on, Bubby. You can do it. Yeah, so just to reiterate, tomorrow's stream, I got a blood test in the middle of the afternoon, getting close to stream time. So blood test, and that's fasting, so I'm desperately going to want to get lunch afterwards. Otherwise, you're going to deal with an even grumpier bother. So blood test stream. You guys want such an into my life, and I am more communicative with you guys than other streamers really are. I don't have to be, but no, you don't get to come to my blood test, guys. As much as I want to monetize every single activity that I've ever had, this I don't need to. Unless it'll get me 1 million viewers. Can you find 1 million people who are willing to sit around with me and get my blood tested? Anyway, so I'm gonna go do that, and then I'm gonna get lunch afterwards. It'll be brief, but then I'll stream after that. The iron's not getting all the way down to the board. There, I managed to barely get that. This one will be more tough because I can't see what I'm doing. I flip this around. Oh, there we go. A little parallax. Yeah, so it might be an eeny-weeny little tiny delay tomorrow. All right. So before I even put the lens back on, well, I'll put the lens back on. Let's put all our eggs in one basket, huh? I'll put the lens back on, and then when it fails, whatever. When it fails, I'll throw it against the wall, and we'll never talk about it again. I'm gonna get to buy another one. Tweezers. I'm gonna remove this little protecting thing, and I know there's crud in there, but it should all stick to the tape, hopefully, and not leave us with a totally busted up image sensor here. I feel like I saw something on the sensor itself, but if I try to clean it, it's not gonna clean. Okay, that looks pretty pristine. All right, good. Pretty pristine. Pretty pristine. Gotta drop this motherfucker on it. This thing right here, that's the infrared sensor. You see how it has that red tint? Not infrared sensor. That's the infrared notch filter, whatever. That's filtering out the infrared frequencies. Every camera's got one. Every single one. Well, film cameras that miraculously don't pick up infrared probably don't have them, but whatever. You get what I mean. Everybody's got to find that little exception to whatever I say. That little excuse me bother, but I don't think you considered what you just said. And there it is. There it is. Thank you for proving my point, Tim. This is actually going to be tough to screw in. Hold on. I got to do this. Ah, shit. I'm holding this like as if I'm filming it with the other camera. They're too washed out and blue looking when you don't have one on a webcam. All the color correction stuff. If you lock down all the color correction, maybe you could get it to kind of work, but you still are going to be seeing too much blue. Most difficult thing I've had to solder. Oh, Jesus, hold on. Don't want to, hold on. I don't want anything to touch that image sensor. Ugh. Gotta be really careful. The camera, with my grip, the camera just slipped off a little bit. I'm trying to get the screws in on either side. Okay, that's one. The most difficult thing that I think I've had to solder was the flat cable for the Nikon lens. Because I had a Nikon lens. I slipped while I was putting the lens housing back together, and it severed that connection. And so it was this like orange flat cable. And so in order to correct it, I had to scrape off the contacts from two sides of the orange cable and then solder them one on top of the other. It's the same way they've put together the strips of programmable LEDs. So one thing on top of the other, and then I got solder on it and tried to get that, you know, back together. And I managed to fix it, but it was a very, very difficult thing because it was so small. I had all the magnification on full. I had all the focus rings in and everything, but I probably blocked out the most difficult. Yeah, that's the other thing is if there was anything. By the way, doing what I just did and blowing on a camera lens is the best way to lose friends, lose photographer friends. Because essentially, when you go on something, you're going and releasing a whole bunch of spittle onto it. So don't do that to other people's equipment. Actually a fairly important connection right here. All right, looking good. Much less solder than before. And then I don't need the microphones. I don't need... Well, the LED, I guess, can stay for now. When I get the Kurokesu housing, I'm gonna have to mill out space for this sensor. Now I did buy a new webcam, so I will have an extra. So I don't have to order the Kurokesu one immediately. I don't need the microphones. I'm using a lav mic. I don't onboard camera. No. Hell no. No. Hell nah. That is so not necessary. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Nope. Not even once. No. I gotta double-sided tape this thing back together, too. And then we can finally put it back up. We can hoist it back up on my petard, and then we'll be able to see what we saw before. I don't know why this thing had an infrared camera in it. I really wish they just put in one of those infrared distance sensors. That's so much more of a powerful device, because then you could have had the ability to put something in the middle of the camera and just lock the focus immediately, right? You could have had a webcam that natively did that streamer look, where you have the in focus thing be the front of the streamer's face, right? It's required for Windows. What the fuck is Windows Hello? Is it just a different way of getting people into their computers? It's just an alternative login? It's pretty silly. It's pretty silly. I don't like it. Therefore, it's wrong. There's a lot of space behind the electronics on this cam, huh? There's like a full, like... How much space is there behind? It's like 5 millimeters. Look, because this is that's where the processor and stuff hits like the heat sink. Look at all the room that they've got. Those are huge standoffs. That's wild. This camera is not space efficient. That's why I think the Kurokesu housing will be nice. Yeah, it's like a face recognition thing that I guess Windows does. I've never heard of it. I had not heard of it until just now. There was some kind of a grounding pad that went somewhere. Let's not go back in. Yeah, exactly. How else is Microsoft going to get your face so that they can build up a giant database and share them on the dark web with all their Illuminati friends, and then the lizard people will be able to identify us specifically? Am I just gonna, like, stick that in there with whatever tape is left? Oh, I see. I see. I don't know if it's so much body heat. Wasn't it like depth mapping or something? Because I don't think an infrared camera directly can see heat. Look at this photograph. I'm the user of this computer. I guess the circuit board has to go in first. I'm kind of excited to get the Kurokesu case. It's not going to be a priority, though, because I've got the other webcam coming in. So I guess what I'm going to end up doing... Oh, I didn't put that metal thing back on the USB connector. Oh, well. The metal clips that went around the pins. Oh, well. So much for that. I'll save them, but I don't know what they do. I think they're just something that the connector hits up against. Well, why would it hit up against that? Yeah, maybe it does. That might be the thing that helps lock the connector in. Oopsie daisy. Messed that one up. Oh well. I'm gonna have to order a new connector when we transplant this thing. Yeah, maybe it'll work. There wasn't really anything holding them in. I might even be able to drop them in with a pair of tweezers. Yeah, it might just be part of the insane EMI shielding that USB spec has now. I don't know. I think it's dust shield. You're a dust shield. I really want to get this camera finished. I'm not even going to put the front cowl on it. I'll just put it back like this so that I've got a mounting point for the what you call it. I could put everything back in with the plastic and stuff, but I don't think I really feel like it. I'm not up to it. I'm not really feeling it today. I think that's everything. Yeah, that's everything. We just put this thing back in. That's not really going to be held on by the tape anymore. That's mostly going to be held on by mechanical means. Nope. Nope, I will not do what you tell me to do. I refuse. Because it's my stream. I'm just haphazardly screwing this in. This thing will just kind of hold itself together. It's looking real janky, isn't it? That'll be fun. It'll be fun. We have fun. All right. And this is where my computer, if the stream goes down, just assume that this shorted out my USB bus. And that's why nothing works. We're still here. I'm still broadcasting. The click was a little weird feeling, and that's probably because those metal pieces weren't there. You guys are typing a lot today. I will catch up in just a second. Let's just see if we got a webcam here. Bada bing. Bada bing. There we go. Ah, fucking fuck face. Motherfucker. Why? Why do you do this to me? It rocks back and forth now. Yeah, I think maybe the housing is super loose. I don't know. It's moving around a lot. That's the problem. Like, it clicks in just fine. Here's the 180 test. You guys are trying to remote pilot the streamer. If you just give me a minute, I'll do all the stuff that you guys are freaking requesting me to do. Just give me a minute. Let me work. You guys don't miss a beat, but you also don't let me show you that I know what I'm doing. Turn it around. See if it does the same thing. The back of the connector can move quite a bit. So I've just got to be really careful about how I move this thing. So I'm going to quickly start up Node-RED. I'm going to quit sorry, not Node-RED. I'm going to quit, wait, guys, what am I supposed to do now? Help. I don't know what I'm doing. That's why I'm broadcasting it to like 100 people. What I'm going to do is I'm going to stop. Huh. Why does it hate Runecar? Weird. Sorry, Runecar. Sometimes farts don't go through. It just wasn't that gassy or something. I've got these webcam parts sitting on the desk. Oh my god. I don't know if the part that I didn't put back in, that might prevent all of that wiggle movement in the cable. That might be part of the housing that does that. But yeah, if I stop the Stream Deck, if I quit Stream Deck and start it again, and then I do setup, and then I set up the arm. Hello? It didn't change scenes. What's going on? There we go. Now we're back. The only problem is, if I touch the webcam wrong, it's going to freeze, and that includes moving this around on the cable. So when the new one comes in the mail tomorrow morning, I will be able to alleviate these problems, and then we can shelve this one as needs to buy additional USB cable. This is going to freeze like right around here. I'm just moving it without touching the cable right now, just to see if that causes an issue. You guys are going to be a little car sick for a minute. But yeah, pending the Kurokesu case, I will move this into one because it has the screw-on connector. That's the big advantage. Obviously, I don't use Windows Hello, so I don't need the infrared camera that's installed in the thing. I don't use the microphones in the camera because they're fucking cursed. I mean, I could transfer these over so that it's a viable webcam, but I don't need the infrared illuminator. Any of that stuff. Yeah, that's why it was freezing, because it would disconnect completely from USB due to the cold joints. When they flex, they would open up a little bit, and yeah, they wouldn't allow those beautiful little electrons to flow back and forth. We were supposed to be getting my 3D printer completely fixed and operational today. See these parts right here, these little metal sleeves that go on the webcam. You see here, I'm back in my element. I can actually emote to you guys and have a conversation comfortably while actually doing work. This camera is very important to the operation of this stream. Putting it into Kurokesu case will make it even better, because then I'll have screws that can go into the back and hold the connection on there when I bump it, and it won't break everything. So even though I'll be getting a new webcam, we'll get a new one of these connectors, and then I can move the guts of this guy into the Kurokesu one while filming with the other one, so I can actually film that process going down. I am going to keep these parts, though, at least in this knob, until I forget that they're there. And I want to see what the function of this metal plate is. I want to take a look at that. I've a cold sore on my tongue just suddenly came out. Just like, hey, I see you're trying to talk to people right now. So I'm pushing my tongue into a weird part of my mouth in order to talk to you guys. So I'm like slurring a little bit, and my speech is slurring because there's a pain nodule sitting on my fucking tongue. It's great. It's really great. I really love it. I'm really having a great time. All right, where's the other screw for the housing? Now, those are lost to time immemorium. Actually, I should probably find it, because I want to make sure that I've got all the parts for the Kurokesu thing. I guess I'll order that tonight. So much money in streaming, folks. I just don't have any. You guys have done a great job to get me that Twitch check every month. Tomorrow we're gonna put the 3D printer together. Hail or high water. Let's take a look at the function of that metal that I didn't put into the webcam. That's not even the right scene. There we go. Hey, look, now I can actually show you guys stuff, and I can kind of like talk. No, the camera's not working. Not working at all. No, I put a big scratch in the sensor, so it'll never work again. No, it's fine. Everything worked perfectly the first time I tried it, and then it froze. The problem with the camera right now is that I can push that connector from side to side, and I think that's a result of me not putting the two pieces of metal in there. Tier 4. Tier 4 what? Where you get to like show up at my door? You get 16 other secret emotes that nobody uses anywhere. I liked it when the tiers and stuff were just to support your streamer, you know? That's okay. There has to be incentive for these things. My bread and butter is providing incentive to people who subscribe. Yeah, at tier 4 you get to watch me from a pair of binoculars that are up on a hill behind the house. Regardless of the time. Yeah, there's that tier 4. What's he up to in there? Is he asleep at his desk again? Yeah. I was gonna look at the USB-C spec to see what the hell those metal things are doing. They're these right here. Do they have any other information about that sort of thing in here? It doesn't really look like they do. So USB-C spec did plan for a lot of this stuff, a lot of the strength that it needs. I gotta stop talking, guys. I can't, cold sore on the right side of my tongue, and it's like affecting how I talk. I have to talk out of like the side of my mouth. Ah. Ah. Look at that thing. Jesus. Just honk. No. Never again. Honk stream was cursed. I'm not allowed to do honk stream. Twitch called me. Jeff Bezos was angry. He was like, he did a honk stream, and I specifically said that that was not allowed. And he's still doing it. You need to contact him. And so I got an email. I got an angry email from Twitch that said, you'll never work in this town again if you do honk stream. EMC shielding spring fingertip, not exposed plug, blah, 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 blah. Non-compliant! Wait, why? So I think a lot of the locking mechanisms are to ensure that all the housing is, or all the what is it called? All of the grounding is in effect. Because USB-C, if it's running super high speeds, which I've yet to find a device that actually needs all that super high speed. You think 4K video would do it, and maybe it does. But I don't do 4K video, I do 1080p, because you guys are watching it in like 930p, because it's squished down into a web browser. Some of you guys are watching it in like 1p. You have 1 pixel. It's just changing color. It's like 1 neopixel. It's 1p. It's what you get on your phones. But yeah, so I don't know anything that uses up all that data to require all that shielding around it that the spec requires. But then again, the spec is looking forward. The spec's looking forward in the future for higher and higher speed devices, right? Yeah, you take your pee and you get out of here, short lurker. I don't need all that much pee in my life. Pee is in pixels quality, not... Ugh. I don't know what that stuff is. The metal, I believe... looking at this, I'm wondering if that metal is there just as another contact surface for grounding. But like, we put the connector back together and everything is meshed in and everything, right? But it's still, it seems like it's allowing way too much wiggling in the plug. And that wiggling in the plug is killing the USB connection. That's really bad. And that means that, I don't know, something sucks. Something is major sucks on that thing. And I don't know what. So luckily I have a new camera coming in. And we'll see. Yeah, hot glue it down. Never had problems with crappy non-compliant cables. Yeah, they were looking to the future. Wait, this is the part that I was looking for. Laser welded to receptacle shield. I don't really think that was. Surface to plug ground springs. Ah, yeah. So that is what it is. I guessed right. Yeah. So yeah, there's a little metal tab, and that's what these things are that are sitting in this knob. Little metal tab that is required for ground connection. Now, my concern is that with this camera, maybe those tabs might get somewhere that they're not supposed to be. Like you saw, there were uncovered parts of pins that tab goes over. So it's possible that the ground spring from the cable that I plugged in could contact one of the other contacts in there and short it and stop it from functioning. Hasn't happened yet. And I think most of the problems are just from that cable moving back and forth. If I touch this, it's going to freeze. Watch. No? Kind of almost did there. Up and down. There's a lot more movement in the cable. Well, it looks like it made all the connections it needed to. And it didn't freeze from that little bit of wiggling. I think maybe the that metal shroud popped open and it got a little loose. So I don't know what I'll do. I'll probably just find another USB connector to solder in. We'll see if Amazon has it. Problem is, all the connectors that we got for Octajay's tablets are the wrong kind. I have an amazing... I am completely and utterly inundated with fucking USB connectors, and they're all the wrong kind. Oh no. SMD. Yeah, Octajay sent in a couple tablets a little while ago, and we soldered new connectors onto them because they both broke in very unique ways. And I put a larger battery in one of them. Have you ever tried to make a shell for an SNES? No. I don't have any business doing something like that. He's one of my mods. He gets to send me stuff. He also compensated me for it generously. I was like, do not give me money, and he did. So yeah, you can just buy shells for Super Nintendos. I've never tried to make one. Currently, we're trying desperately to fix my freaking SMD component. I don't want a cable, Amazon. Stop shoving this shit in my face. This is like shoveling it into my face. I guess I need a part number. I'm going to need to find a part number for that. All right. All right. You guys have been good today. I think I'm letting you go. I'm finally letting you guys go. Yeah, some of those right angle, they're pretty nice. It's just you gotta, well, you don't have to have that with USB-C. You don't have to, because with USB mini and micro, you had right side, left sides, ups and downs. Those are all the same cable with C. That's pretty nice. God damn. It's about time. I'm unlocking the door. You're allowed to leave now. Yeah, okay, so we fixed my camera today. Tomorrow I'm gonna get a new camera. I got some stuff to do. I gotta get to the hospital because I'm dying. No, I'm not dying, I'm fine. This is just 3-month diabetes checkup stuff. Every 3 months I have to go to the hospital like for a bunch of different things and just meet with the endocrinologist, and they're like, your glucose level should be lower. And I'm like, okay. And then that's the entire meeting. So that's all it is. That's what I'm going through right now. Every 3 months, and for some reason, every employer I've ever had hates it. They hate it, and it's like, you could cure diabetes, and then I wouldn't have to do this. So anyway, thanks for the money. Oh yeah, the doctors, yeah. How far along is the repair? It works again. I could have used this for a little while. But anyway, so on Friday I got to do that blood work, and then on Friday I'll come back having eaten lunch, and we will finally be able to get the 3D printer together. I had to cut off some of the threads of side projects on this thing. So for instance, doing some of the, like, if we have time, we'll look at the accelerometer, we'll look at the humidity sensor, but mostly I just want to get the mechanicals back together, and I don't know how I'm going to do the tilt, so we're not going to do that. It's just going to be a flat front for now. And then I modified one of the parts, so I got to spool all this stuff up again once stream ends, and then I'll print out that other part so that we have it tomorrow. We can build this thing, and I can put it aside for a couple months. Survived a trip to the shop with the new pedals. Oh, that's awesome. Is Gonad currently streaming? He never is. He's like watching my stream and streaming, and okay, he did it in the background. So yeah, Flatulent Gonad is building my exact pedals, but he got them for pennies on the dollar for the car setup. I do want to finish up some of that stuff. I'm getting close with them, but we got to get the printer working, and then I can roll through some of these other projects. So I will catch you guys tomorrow at about this time. Not this at about the same time I started, which is like for me noon to 1 o'clock. It might be delayed a little bit, but I'll see you around then. Yeah, there we go. There's a card. I did not wear a good shirt for seeing the card, did I? I will see you guys then. Hopefully the cold sore on my tongue goes away and I can actually talk to you guys again without sounding like I have the weird accent. Get out. Get out.